Got you. Oop, that's loud. I'd like to call to order the Planning and Development Committee meeting for Monday, May 11th, 2026. To begin, we're going to start out tonight's invocation by Chaplain Mark Miller, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. We just ask that you all stand, please.
Let us pray. Father, we come to you tonight with expectant hearts, with challenges. We come to you with pleas. We come to you with asking your grace. I ask you, Lord, to cover this city with your grace and your protection. Protect all our officers, firemen, all first responders. And Father, for tonight especially, I ask that the debate in this room be civil but lively. I ask that this city make decisions on the behalf of the people, for the best of this city, and for the betterment of this region. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I am now going to turn it over to Mayor McNamara for tonight's presentation. I'm sorry, proclamation.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We have one proclamation this evening. It's for National Police Week. Chief? Thanks for being here. No. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. And whereas the law enforcement officers are guardians of life and property, defenders of individual right to be free people, partners with our citizens in an effort to lower crime, dedicated to the preservation of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and willing to make the ultimate sacrifice of their own personal safety to serve our citizens. And whereas our community desires to honor the valor, service, and dedication of its own police officers, to express our thanks to the men and women who help us leave our homes and families in safety each day and guard our loved ones, property, and government against all those who would violate the law. And whereas our community desires to honor the fallen officers who have over many years given the ultimate sacrifice of their own lives to protect our citizens and our community. Now, therefore, I, Thomas P. McNamara, as the mayor of the city of Rockford, do hereby proclaim May 11th through May 16th of 2026 to be National Police Week. Chief, would you like to share a few words?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for the proclamation. It means a lot to recognize this week. We have men and women in law enforcement that put their lives on the line every day, and of course, with Police Memorial service that will be held on Wednesday, those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice. And so we look forward to being with the families every year and come out and pay a special tribute to the loved ones who are left behind. And also this week, in addition to the church service this weekend, there will be a host of local law enforcement agencies out at Cherryvale Mall. So I encourage you to come out with your friends and your families and see the various displays that will be out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll go ahead and move into tonight's public speakers. Just as a reminder, you will have 3 minutes to step up to the microphones located at the back of the horseshoe to make your comments. You will hear an alarm sound once that time has come up, and we just ask that you bring your comments to a close when you do hear that alarm. That being said, tonight's first public speaker tonight is Rosie Blake.
Women and men. Good evening. I am Rosie Blake. I am Valencia Javon Frisco's mother. I spoke I spoke here last, can you hear me? Okay, there, now you can. I spoke here last year about a speedy trial for the victims of family to get murdered. Well, tonight I'm gonna speak about justice. What is justice? People should be treated fair. We just said the Pledge of Allegiance, and it says justice for all. And that's what it should be, justice for all. I was in court for 10 years for a person that allegedly killed my baby. Well, we're done with court. We went to trial September the 28th. On March the 26th, 2026, he was found guilty of first-degree murder. And he still walked out with me with no court supervision, no drug testing, and no monitor. He walked out with me. And I think that's unfair, with 3 counts of first-degree murders. No drug testing, as I said, on a $100,000 bond. That was 10 years ago, and that was allegedly. He's still on the same bond with 3 counts of first-degree murder. I can write a book on this justice system. It was a mother I was talking to. Her baby was in the hospital, and her son had to go to court. And guess what? It was in Madison. He went back to jail. Is that justice or just us? Then there was another mother. Her child was charged with charged with first-degree murder. He beat the charge. He had another charge on him, and they gave him no bond. Is that justice or just us?
Hello.
Nobody should go and walk around with 3 counts of first-degree murder on them with nothing. And I do believe in due process. If he wants to fight it, he needs to fight it in jail. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Denzel Winter.
Good afternoon, Congress people, council people. I'm here today. I need to know the answer to this question. I want to know, why are there so many pedophiles on the West Side? Why? Every time we turn around, there's a new one floating around on the streets. What has to happen? Do we have to start losing children before y'all start doing something about it? You got to realize, it's not just the West Side that y'all can put people on. You got the East Side, you got the North Side, and you got the South Side. But they're piling them all out up there on the West Side, and that's not right. Talk about justice, that's not justice. It won't be justice until one of the kids get killed. Then we'll be trying to do one of those things where we try to maximize why they were out there. Just like that woman that was with that man that killed that man under the bridge. She's walking free. That's not justice. She is just as guilty as that man that killed that man, because she was right there with him. But y'all let her out. That don't make no sense. People can kill people and still walk the streets. Yes, I'm mad, because one of these days it's going to be one of mine. And y'all going to have to look me in the face and tell me why. Because I'm going to be right here every night that you have a meeting down here. It don't make no sense. I remember one time, if I hadn't been in the car with my son would be dead today. Because they figured that he was the one that killed the woman on pinions. Come to find out, he didn't even look like the man. They found the man down there in Alabama. They didn't even do their job. They didn't even do their job. They had a picture of the man. But you know what was wrong with the picture? It was grainy. You couldn't tell who that man was until my daughter told them, fix that picture and you can see who it was. And it wasn't my son. It was just a blessing that I was in the car, my daughter was in the car, because they had the guns out and everything. And it don't make no sense. Do your job. When there's a murder, get out there and investigate. Because that's your job. That's what we're paying you guys for.
Our next public speaker is Kelly Lewis.
My name is Kelly Lewis, and I live on Friday Road next to the site where Monarch Energy is planning to build a hyperscale data center. I'm here tonight because the new TIF district being presented would sit on top of that exact site. I'd like to ask one question. If a company has $12 billion to invest, why are Rockford taxpayers being asked to give them a tax break? A TIF is a tool to bridge a financing gap, to close the distance between what a developer can afford and what a project costs. That is the city's own definition. So I would like to understand which gap exactly is being closed for a company with $12 billion in capital. On March 31st, the Joint Review Board voted to recommend moving forward with the new TIF. It was then the city's economic development manager, Anna Garrison, stated, and I quote, that project could move forward whether or not we create this new TIF. When we create a TIF, we don't need to create a TIF with that project in mind. I'd like the council to take that statement seriously because the FOIA records tell a different story. Over more than 100 emails between April of 2025 and March of 2026, the developer's project, by name, was the subject of meetings with the mayor, the city administrator, R1 Planning, and Winnebago County. In a letter dated June 23rd of 2025, Monarch Energy wrote directly to Mayor McNamara and Chairman Shirelli asking for their help on what he called critical state issues, including pressure on legislation he found unfavorable after being shocked that the state would be willing to hold data centers to what he feels would be impossibly high standards and would force data centers to go to states with less protections in place. A letter where he reminds them he has already placed substantial deposits with ComEd for electrical services for the data center project. The mayor himself asked for that letter. It is communications such as this that paint a picture of a project deep in the planning process with financial discussions already in play. So when the mayor's economic development manager says, we don't need to create a TIF with that project in mind, I would ask, has anyone actually told the developer that? 3 minutes is not enough to litigate the data center itself. So tonight I'm asking only this. Before the council approves a new tax increment district, please answer 2 questions in public. First, what specific financing gap does this TIF close for a $12 billion company? And second, if the city is genuinely creating this TIF without the data center in mind, will the council commit in writing that no Monarch Energy project will draw from it? If the answer to that second question is yes, residents have nothing to fear. If the answer is no, then Ms. Garrison's statement deserves a second look. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker tonight is Ken Dickens. Is Ken Dickens here? Is Jessica Van Diver here?
Hello, my name is Jessica Van Diver, and I'm here to discuss with you guys the issue with Riverview Mobile Home Park. This has become an issue for weeks and weeks. It got laid over due to the issue of the fact is that there are risks. there's a morality issue. There's an issue of the fact that they want to offer us only $4,500 to move out within a 2-month time period. There's people in the trailer park who literally have ramps that cost more than that $4,500. Where is the funding going to come from that? All of this stems out of the idea of gentrification. If you guys don't know what that is, it is where bigger corporate companies come in. They try to build up a city with the idea of bringing up the tax rates, making the city better. But what it does is it changes the culture. It changes everything. It makes it to where the fact is that those of us who live there, it forces us out if we are not the ideal. We do have several people here tonight from the mobile home park, people who are of different cultures, different age groups, different issues. We have almost every single person has their own disability in which living there has benefited them. $4,500 is not enough to move us. It's ridiculous, actually. Do you know that the average cost is to move into a place in Rockford? The average family, based on the Rockford census itself, is 3.15 people. Rounded up to 4 because 0.15 of a person doesn't make sense. That is a 2 to 3 bedroom apartment or house, averaging $1,500 plus. They want first, last month's rent, and safety deposit. With me just even looking at a place last week, they wanted almost $6 grand just to move in. That is not feasible for anybody. I mean, if you can afford $6 grand to move in, you can afford a place to buy. And then on top of that, the place, I've literally had a car float away due to flooding down there when I first moved in. I've been there for 9 years. I've raised both of my boys down there. I moved down there because of domestic violence. I had to keep me and my kids safe. And now, the city approving this, the city going forward and saying that is enough, is putting me and my kids back at risk. I've been able to keep my place where I live away from the public. I've been able to keep my boys safe. I've been able to keep my family, who I have several family members who live there. I literally remember going there before I ended up in foster care with my dad and fishing. The only good memories I have of my parents. And they're trying to take that away to make a drive-by night RV park. 1 month isn't ideal, and neither is the $4,500.
Thank you. One more time, is Ken Dickens here? I don't see him, so I'm going to go ahead and move on into tonight's agenda. Before we get to our public hearing, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Here.
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 Thank you. Illinois law 65 Illinois compiled statuses 11-74.4-5, etc. sequence requires, prior to the adoption of an ordinance proposing the designation of a redevelopment project area or approving a redevelopment plan or redevelopment project, the municipality by its corporate authorities or as it may determine by any commission designated under subsection K of section L-74.4-4 to adopt an ordinance or resolution fixing a time and place for public hearing. After public hearing, any interested person or affected taxing district may file with the municipal clerk written objections and may be heard orally in respect to any issues embodied in the notice. I hereby call the public hearing on the proposed South Rockford Industrial Plan and Project Area to order. Pursuant to 65 Illinois compiled statuses 5/11-74.4-5, a public hearing must be conducted by the corporate authorities upon submission of a proposed redevelopment plan and the designation of the proposed redevelopment project area. Notice of the hearing was given by publication in the Rockford Register-Star on April 14th and April 15th, 2026, and otherwise by mail as specified by the statutes. That notice informs citizens of Rockford that the City of Rockford will hold a public hearing on Monday, May 11, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. in council chambers on the second floor at Rockford City Hall, located at 425 East State Street, Rockford, Illinois, for the consideration of a proposed redevelopment plan and the designation of that certain proposed redevelopment project area to be known as the South Rockford Industrial Project Area. Brett Michelson with Ryan LLC will present the TIF redevelopment project and plan and qualification factors. Could I have Brett Michelson? Here. Yep. And before you gentlemen begin, I will just ask that you speak clearly and directly into your mic so everyone at home can hear you, okay?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brett Michelson with Ryan LLC. With me tonight.
Hi, I'm Chuck Durham, also at Ryan LLC.
And we are acting on behalf of the city as the city's TIF consultant. We prepared a brief presentation this evening on the proposed South Rockford Industrial TIF redevelopment area. So this evening, we're going to go through a brief agenda, the TIF fundamentals, the city's strategic planning and objectives, the qualification factors present here in this particular study area, the TIF redevelopment plan, as well as the process and next steps. So just a brief background for everybody in the room. TIF is a tool for achieving the city's economic development goals. It builds upon the city's comprehensive plan. We've worked together with the city to determine the goals and objectives of this particular area. And it simply seeks to reinforce those goals and objectives. The way TIF works is it functionally splits tax revenues into two separate components. It establishes a base year for the equalized assessed valuation. The revenues from the base year still continue to go to the local taxing districts from that base year. Any future or incremental property tax revenue above that base year gets split into a separate bucket that can be used for redevelopment activities in the proposed study area. A successful TIF over time produces incremental revenue. Here the baseline being the blue, that's the base equalized assessed valuation the year that the TIF is created, and the orange is the hypothetical incremental revenue in a successful redevelopment project area. In practice, it can have starts and stops. It can go up and go down as property is reassessed over time, but typically in a successful TIF, you'll see positive growth over time. The TIF project and plan objectives. So the function of the TIF is to assist in the coordinating the redevelopment activities in this proposed area in order to provide positive marketplace signal to investors. Its goal is to reduce, eliminate, or prevent the onset of blight or other negative factors present within the area, accomplish redevelopment over a reasonable time period, provide for high-quality development, industrial land uses within this proposed area, create attractive overall appearance for the area, and further the goals and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan, the 2040 plan. Here we have a map of the study area. Briefly stated, the RPA, or the redevelopment project area, is located within the southern portion of the city of Rockford and consists primarily of commercial farmland uses. It comprises 1,600 acres. The RPA is a contiguous area generally bounded by South Bend Road and Condon Road on the north, the city's municipal boundary and Edson Road on the south, the city's municipal boundary on the west, and Illinois 39, State Route 251 on the east. So TIF designation and qualification. Pursuant to the city's 2023 comprehensive plan, the city is proposing the redevelopment of a strategically important industrial area. The TIF designation is needed to encourage private investment, support industrial redevelopment, and revitalize underutilized or flood-impacted properties within the redevelopment project area. The TIF is key to providing financial framework necessary to support infrastructure upgrades, utility extensions, stormwater and flooding mitigation, site preparation, and coordinated redevelopment in the area. It's also critical to ensuring long-term financial stability for the proposed TIF district, and critical to supporting coordinated redevelopment that would not reasonably be expected to happen if not for the availability of TIF funds. The South Rockford Industrial TIF, based on the qualification factors present in the TIF Act and our analysis, is found to qualify in part as a conservation area and in part as a blighted vacant area. The TIF district meets the criteria for designation as a conservation area. 100% of the structures in the TIF are 35 years of age or older, and at least 3 of the 13 qualifying factors for conservation area are present. We found 4 in this case. Additionally, the TIF district meets the criteria for designation as a blighted vacant area. One of the provisions in the TIF Act is a standalone factor found present here in chronic flooding. That's designated by an outside consultant that did a survey of the area and provided an engineering survey. In addition to that, 2 of the 6 qualifying factors for a blighted vacant area, as prescribed by the TIF Act, are found present here in this area. The factors are reasonably distributed to a meaningful extent throughout the area. That is to say, they're not present on 1 or 2 properties, but throughout the entire study area. Here we have the 13 conservation area statutory qualification factors under the Act. The ones bolded and underlined on the left were the ones found present. They include deterioration, a lack of community planning, inadequate utilities, and a lag or decline in equal assessed valuation relative to the city as a whole. The standalone factor, as mentioned, was chronic flooding, as designated by an outside engineering firm. And then here we have the 6 blighted vacant statutory factors. The ones underlined and bolded are the ones present in this study area. They include deterioration of adjacent structures and a lag or decline in equal as assessed valuation relative to the city as a whole. So the TIF redevelopment plan and project, the proposed land uses for the redevelopment project area will support a mix of industrial, commercial, and business park uses, along with public infrastructure improvements that are needed to enable redevelopment of the area. The proposed TIF budget is $51 million. The base equalized assessed valuation estimated with 2024 data is $161,463. The projected EAV upon completion of a successful redevelopment of the area and a 23-year life of the TIF is projected to be between $45 million and $55 million. Here we have the proposed TIF budget. The total estimated TIF budget is really the most important component of this. It can be read as a not to exceed amount over the 23-year life of the TIF. The other items are fungible, which means they can be moved around, but the line items suggest the priorities in conversation with the city that we have identified. Some of the eligible TIF expenses can include a land acquisition, site assembly, site preparation, including environmental remediation, demolition and grading, utility improvements, rehabilitation of existing structures, public facilities, including parking and streetscaping, interest costs, professional services costs, and any job training. Process and next steps. In April of 2026, the Joint Review Board meeting was held. They provided a positive recommendation to City Council for consideration of the TIF. Tonight, we're holding the public hearing after mailing notices to all taxpayers of record within the TIF district and publishing notice of the same twice in a local newspaper. Following the conclusion and the close of the public hearing, as soon as June of 2026, City Council can consider ordinances that would officially create the TIF district. Something I always like to leave off on is that City Council approves all entitlements and redevelopment and development activities that take place within the TIF. Just because the TIF is established does not mean that funds are readily available. Any utilization of TIF funds would need to come before City Council and propose their use, and any gap financing that would need to be filled by, potentially by the TIF. Thank you.
Today's public hearing is specific to the proposed redevelopment area and qualifications of the area to meet TIF eligibility. This public hearing is not related to any potential project. Comments should be specific to the purposes of the hearing. Comments regarding a data center are not related to the purpose of the hearing. All written comments received will be included in the record of the public hearing. Are there any questions or oral or written comments from the general public with regard to the proposed redevelopment plan? If so, please kindly add your name and address to the sign-in sheet at the table in the hallway. When your name is called, please step to the microphone, state your name, and make your statement. That being said, our first speaker tonight is Dan Olson.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for taking public comment tonight. My name is Dan Olson. I'm the Executive Director of the Winnebago County Forest Preserve District. I'm also a Rockford resident, but tonight I speak on behalf of the Board of Commissioners for the Winnebago County Forest Preserve District. We have presented a letter today which does have opposition to components of the redevelopment of the TIF. Specifically, of biggest concern for us are unknown environmental factors. Many of you know that we have a forest preserve that's directly adjacent to the proposed TIF district, and I want you to know a little bit about that. That's Killbuck Bluffs Forest Preserve. It is an extremely environmentally sensitive area. We have all the components there, plant life, wildlife, that are extremely beneficial. That particular area has immeasurable environmental services that are provided, including some flood retention that doesn't go further down the line, which is a concern here tonight. So 23 years expanding that out is a concern to us and the environmental impacts there. Secondly, we also recognize that a lot of the areas within the TIF district, yes, they do chronically flood, but they do also provide some of the ecological benefits we need, and that's in wildlife corridors, flooding retention, and items like that. So we would like to be involved in any conversation that happens along those lines as well. Again, what we have adjacent to the TIF district is very valuable environmentally, but also valuable for outdoor recreation. But also what's within the TIF district we recognize as being beneficial to us at the Forest Preserve District as well. Tonight, basically we have two asks that are in this letter that was submitted. One is that the Forest Preserve District have representation in any committee that might be formed by any of the committees here tonight, or the city in any form, and also any public committee that might be formed. We would love to be a part of that. And probably the biggest consideration we would like tonight is when you are thinking about TIF districts and where industrial opportunities might lie, look first in those truly blighted areas, the areas that can be repurposed from already existing development. With that, we think that the impacts will be much better for us and everyone in the county. I thank you again tonight. Again, a letter has been submitted. That letter is from the Board of Commissioners, specifically our board president. And if you have any further questions at any time, we are available for the discussion. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Sandra Locke.
Good evening. I was here when the conversation was being held with those taxing bodies who would receive, not taxing bodies, but those who would receive tax funds. And I was here for the presentation by the Ryan Corporation. And my disappointment was that there was not a single question asked by any of those sitting there making the decision. There was no discussion. There was not a single question. They just all, a majority voted yes. And so it may be that a TIF district expanded in territory and in duration would be desirable, but it seems premature to me to be paving the way for who knows what. And I think, at the moment, probably there's only one major consideration being proposed. But we should know what we are preparing for and not pave the way for something that really we've got more homework to do. I just came across some studies that I thought would lend some information. Sometime back, there was a Fair Graham study that gave really good information about the land itself. And that was, although it was in preparation for perhaps expanding some rail lines, it still is one more document that we should pursue to have a better idea about what's the best use of the land. And then just within November, there was a proposal coming from a company and asking for exemptions from standards that were being developed. That's not a very good start for anybody considering a project. And no matter what project might be considered there, water would be an issue. And even if they're doing their own drilling, we need to know how are they doing that, what's the impact on our aquifer, and if they're doing water from deep levels that's not potable, are they going to use it as is? Are they going to clean it up? Who cleans it up? The city? Then do the ratepayers pay for whatever infrastructure is required or inspections? I was reading about a city water report that noted that there had been some major improvements in our infrastructure. Oh, this might have come back into like 2006 or something like that, and it cost millions of dollars. So I'm wondering, we need to know what would be expected of us and not wait until some last minute where we're writing agreements and we really are not very informed. I heard a sound. Was that my limit? Yes? Is my time up?
There is no time limit.
Pardon? Oh, okay. And I was looking over the oath of office that the council members take, and the job description. And the job description includes to best represent the needs both their respective constituents. Please, 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 listen to the questions, listen to the concerns, listen to the dangers and the long-term risks for any project that's being considered to pave the way with a TIF district. And then the oath itself, I thought was important because it includes the standard, and I will carry out this office according to the best of my ability. That doesn't mean passing things with no discussion and no questions and no doing extra homework. It means full, wholehearted homework and delaying decisions until you have done that homework, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Rena Falwell. I'm sorry.
Short. Okay. Yes, it's Rena Falwell.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
Okay. All right. Of the proposed district, actually just hearing everybody's comments kind of brought something up about the flooding and things. I definitely think that we should repair it in the area of the trailer park, but I just didn't know if, fun fact, cattails grow in flooded, marshy areas, just a natural place for them to grow, and all parts of the cattail are edible. The Native Americans would use the roots as like a mashed potato, and they would use those in the winter months. You could dig those up whenever it was available. In the early spring, you can use the shoots like artichoke hearts and eat those. Yeah, and then pollen, you can use the pollen like a flour and actually bake from them, which I thought was really, really interesting. And then the green spikes, you don't want to use the forbidden hot dogs. Those kind of just explode in your mouth in the fall. But in the spring, you can use the green ones, and you can actually eat those and cook them up, and they taste very good. And the Native Americans survived on that most of the time, but then when colonization happened and we came over here and said, what is all this? We need to get rid of all this swampy area, and we need to fill it all in. We got rid of all of the sustenance for the Native Americans along and just plowed it because we needed to be able to harvest things our way and plant corn and plant all of those things. So we did away with so many things that were naturally here that are made to be here, and we're just like, okay, we got to fill that in. We need a whole bunch of money to do that. So I thought that was interesting. Okay, all right. And then proposed site for the TIF. I'm just going to give you another area that was done that was past and what happened in one of those areas. So the data center drained 30 million gallons of water unnoticed until the residents complained about the low water pressure. Residents in Fayetteville, Georgia noticed low water pressure last year. The utility discovered 2 unaccounted for water connections at one of the nation's largest data center campuses. The Atlanta skyline looms over a field of dry grass during the 2019 drought. Georgia is dealing with similar conditions this year. I think we've all probably dealt in this area with droughts. The neighbors of the data center in Georgia are steaming after they discovered the facility had sucked up nearly 30 million gallons of water without initially paying for it. Outrage started bubbling up last year when residents of an affluent subdivision, named Annalise Park in Fayetteville, Georgia, noticed their water pressure was usually low. When the county utility investigated, officials discovered 2 industrial-scale water hookups feeding the data center campus located 20 miles south of downtown Atlanta. One water connection had been installed without the utility's knowledge, and the other was not linked to the company's account and therefore not being billed. All told, the developer Quality Technology Services owed nearly $1,500,000 for using more than 29 million gallons, that's not the right number, accountable for water. That is equivalent to 44 Olympic-sized swimming pools and far exceeded the peak limit agreed to during the data center planning process. So, I'm sorry, the TIF proposed planning process. The details were revealed in a May 15, 2025 letter from Fayetteville County Water System to Quality Technology Services, which outlined the retroactive charge of a lot of money. All right, that's 147474. It's nice to look at. Anyway, that number. All right, the letter did not specify how many months the paid bill covered when asked about it. Wednesday, Vanessa Tigert, the Lafayette County Water System Director, said it was likely about 4 months. 4 months, wow, that's crazy. A QTS spokesperson said the time frame was about 9 to 15 months. That's not a lot of time. Huh. Once the data center was notified, it paid all retroactive charges, a QTS spokesperson said in an email, noting the unmetered water consumption occurred while the county converted its system to smart meters. Huh. The Fayetteville County Water System confirmed the data center's meters are now fully integrated and tracked. Tigert, the water system director, blamed the issue on procedural mix-up. He did not want to take the blame on that one. Fayette County is a suburb. It was mostly residential, and we don't have much commercial meters in our system anyway, she said. And so we didn't realize our connection point wasn't working. The incident became public last week when a county resident obtained the 2025 letter to QTS through a public records request and posted it on Facebook, prompting outrage from residents concerned about the data center's water consumption. Excuse me. The Fayetteville campus is one of the largest developments in the country, covering 615 acres with plans for up to 16 buildings. Right now, the campus is partially operational. County officials say the campus will generate tens of millions of dollars in annual property taxes, but the facility's massive scale and appetite for water and electricity has helped galvanize local pushback against more centers. The Fayetteville County City Council voted last month to ban any new buildings like this in every zoning district within the city. Smart move. Georgia is home to more than 200 places and facilities like this, and their thirst for water is turning into a political flashpoint. You don't say. The entire state is experiencing moderate to high levels of drought, and Governor Brian Kemp declared a state of emergency last month in response to one of Georgia's worst wildfire outbreaks in years. Oh my goodness, we had a couple of those last year, didn't we? One resident said frustration with the center boiled over after locals officially told community members to scale back their water usage. Okay, only shower on Tuesdays, apparently. We get this notification from Fayette County Water System saying you need to stop watering your lawns to help conserve water. I don't like grass lawns anyway. They're such a problem. We should just do away with them anyway. Okay. Said James Clifton, an attorney and property rights advocate who obtained and shared a 2025 letter to QTS. So the first thing they do is lean on the individuals and the citizens to stop water consumption when we have QTS that's just absolutely draining us. First months, it's the #1 consumer of water in the country. Okay, most months, it's a #1 consumer of water in the county. Okay, sorry, that was much more serious when I reread it. Said Clifton, who is also running for a seat on the Board of Commissioners. QTS is a major developer with facilities across the country, disputes the accuser. The company, which is owned by a private equity firm Blackstone, touts a closed-loop cooling system. Oh, okay, we've heard about this, which it says does not consume water for cooling. Like a laptop or a cell phone, the chips housed in data centers can easily overheat, generally requiring a lot of water to cool them down, you don't say. A company said that the water consumption was so high last year because of the temporary construction-related activities such as concrete work, dust control, and site preparation. Once operational, the company said the centers only will use water for domestic needs such as bathrooms and kitchens. That will totally equivalent of 4 households per month, they said. That may not happen for another few years, however, so it's going to take some years to even get there if it ever does. The company is still actively building and expanding in Fayetteville on the campus. It aims to finish in 3 to 5 years. Tigert, who sent the 2025 letter to QTS, said the utility didn't know about the water hookup because the connection process got mixed up at the county. Let's see where I'm at. I think I'm over here. Here I go. Yeah, somewhere over here, right? Yeah, I don't know. Hold on just a second. How many pages have I read? I think I have to turn this one over. Hold on just a second. I think it's this one. Here it is. There I go. Oh my goodness. Aha! Transition to cloud-based system while also trying to accommodate an industrial customer. Tiger also said that her staff is small and at capacity. So it's not a lot of employees, it doesn't sound like. Just like any water system, we don't have enough staff. We can't keep staff, she said. I've got one person that's doing inspections and plant review, and so he's spread pretty thin. Able to locate Politico. This is just like, I don't know, I think this got put in the middle of the paper right here, so it blocks some stuff. But I'll try and just, yeah, we'll just, able to locate the inspection report. I may have hit send too soon, she said, about the 2025 letter to QTS. While the utility charged the data center a higher construction rate for unapproved water consumption, Tiger confirmed the utility did not penalize or fine the facility. That decision has some residents stewing. Did I already read this part? I don't think anybody's paying attention. I may have. That's okay. I've got another one. This one's good. How a landfill waste-to-energy project gave way to the Rockford facility, proposed TIF facility, Rock River Current. Rockford, landfills initially helped bring data centers developer Monarch Energy to town. The San Diego-based infrastructure developer was attracted to land south of the Chicago Rockford International Airport, in part because of its proximity to 2 landfills, the Winnebago landfill just south of Baxter Road and Orchid Hills landfill just west of Illinois' Route 251. Monarch, which at the time was focused on green hydrogen production, had plans to use carbon dioxide byproduct from the decomposition of trash, that seems smart, to produce sustainable aviation fuel for customers at the Chicago Rockford International Airport. That that seems completely reasonable. Air liquid advanced technologies are similar to waste-to-energy facility that uses methane gas from the Winnebago landfill. Monarch was preparing to do the same with carbon dioxide. The company was here in April 2024 with U.S. Senator Tammy Duckworth and a multitude of local, state, and federal officials to talk about its potential $1 billion investment to produce sustainable aviation fuel. But the capital stack for that project was in part reliant on tax credits made available through the IRA. Inflation Reduction Act, which provided incentives for clean hydrogen production. The Trump administration rolled back much of those clean energy incentives, so Monarch pivoted to focus on highly demanded TIF proposal sites. That's all I got. I ran out. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve McMaster.
Hello, my name is Steve McMaster. Been up here lots of times, and the thing I harp on a lot is making sure we understand the rules, making sure we understand what's happening, we understand what the legal requirements are, and how to move on. I don't really feel like many people in this room understand what a TIF district is or what it's used for. We had the presentation from Ryan where they pointed out quite a few like things that they've identified as like reasonable reasons for the TIF district to be in this area. One of the things that they keep mentioning is like, we need to redevelop this land, that way people will use it. Let's not beat around the bush here. We know who's going in that land. We know that there's a $12 billion proposal for that area already without the TIF district. We know we don't need this TIF district because there's already a $12 billion proposal here. Or is that reliant on the TIF? I don't know. There have been over 100 emails shared between members of this side of the room that have not been seen by members of this side of the room. That doesn't feel like transparency. That doesn't feel like accountability. That doesn't feel like everybody here understands what the point of this is. As far as the citizens seem concerned, it seems like this is a tax incentive strictly for a data center. That doesn't seem to be what the citizens want. I don't know if you've managed to come to all of the no data center meetings or the data center innovation meetings. There was just one last week and not a single person from this side of the room was there. There was I think there was roughly 200 people that were there from this side of the room. It's really disappointing when we have that kind of dichotomy. So this is kind of our only chance to speak up. This is the only time where you are forced to listen for as long as people are willing to speak. The Power Act is a 600-page document. I hope nobody has plans tonight. We'll start here with the air quality, health, and economic impacts of the Vantage Data Center facility. Now, this is an independent environmental report that got released just earlier this year, February 27th, 2026. A bunch of PhDs on it, you know, Harvard folks, you know, kind of assume that they're on the right path. We'll start at the beginning with the executive summary. This report evaluates the estimated public health and economic impacts attributable to fine particulate matter, PM 2.5, emissions from the permitted on-site power storage system at the Vantage Data Center in Loudoun County, Virginia. This analysis reflects operations in the facility's maximum permitted annual emission limits. PM 2.5 is widely recognized as one of the most harmful air pollutants to human health. Extensive scientific evidence shows long-term exposure to PM 2.5, even at levels below current federal standards, is associated with increased risks of heart disease, stroke, respiratory illnesses, asthma exacerbation, and premature death. That seems bad. Seems like a thing that we're concerned about and hasn't really been addressed by anybody publicly here. Continuing on. Using the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's COBRA Health Impact Model, the facility's permitted emissions are estimated to result in between $53 and $99 million per year in health-related damages. When we talk about the TIF district and we talk about what could go in there and why we should incentivize it, I really want you to keep numbers like that in mind. It's not actually helpful for the city if we're actively causing health problems for our citizens. These damages are driven primarily by an estimated 3.5 to 6.5 premature deaths across the impacted region, along with hospital admissions, asthma-related outcomes, and lost productivity. These aren't made-up numbers. These aren't numbers that I'm bringing to you. This is from a Harvard study. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand that studies can be manipulated however we want, but this is important information. It's important to recognize that you should not be getting all of your information from Monarch. Like, if annual impacts remain at this level, the total estimated health damages could add up to $300 to $500 million over the next 5 years. Again, this is Loudoun County, Virginia. They have a bit of a increased population size. They also have, a lot more data centers than we have proposed for the TIF area. But we're only 150,000 people. This is a $12 billion project. If you kind of divide that out amongst everybody, that's $80,000 per person. That's more than the median wage in Rockford. So when you're making this decision, it's important to recognize the people over the money. It's important to recognize that we only get a say right now. It's important to recognize that we're saying no. We're saying, please don't do this. If this isn't a data center conversation, then great. Take the data center's plot out of the fucking TIF district. We're still on page 1.5. This one I think has this is only a 25-page, and then the Power Act, I figured we'll go into that. That's 600 pages, so again, I don't know what the plan is tonight, but this is my plan. Geographically, the largest estimated county-level average annual exposure increase attributable to the facility occurs in Loudoun County. Because of its large population, Fairfax County accounts for the largest share of estimated total population exposure. That's a weird point to bring up, but it's a very interesting one when you talk about this proposed TIF district. It's right on the border of property that we don't control. It's right on the border of property that will affect other people. When we talk about water runoff, when we talk about power usage, when we talk about any sort of infrastructure advancements that need to happen in that area, it doesn't just affect us, it affects everybody around us. Census tracts experiencing the highest estimated PM 2.5 increases include large and diverse communities within Northern Virginia and higher populations of Hispanic and Asian residents relative to statewide averages and elevated social vulnerability index scores. Hey, what's the average wealth of that area of Rockford? Is it also significantly lower than the rest of the city? Are we also talking about harming specifically our worse off residents? It's those people who can't afford a lawyer to fight back. It's those people that you need to protect. This is a $12 billion proposal in this area. Do we have any TIF districts that have a singular $12 billion customer? I'm pretty sure this is the largest investment that we've ever had in the city, as far as in one particular spot. This isn't just a shrug-off conversation. This isn't a thing that you try to spring on us at the last minute. Mr. Mayor, when you announce on a reel a month ago that you'll make sure that everybody's informed of the situation, you didn't mention the fact that you had already sent out information of that the TIF hearing was going to happen on this date. You have to do that 45 days beforehand, so you must have already done that. And then you seem to have forgotten over the last week that this was occurring because you didn't make a single post about it. I didn't see anything from the City of Rockford government regarding this TIF district. Why not? It seems like you don't care. I don't know if the next 4 hours can make you care, but I don't know, I guess we're gonna try. According to the EPA's 2023 air quality statistics, background PM 2.5 levels in the affected region are already elevated relative to national averages and are close to the current federal annual standard. Emissions from this facility would therefore add to ambient pollution levels in communities that already experience substantial existing air quality burdens. Hey, are there any existing air quality burdens for the area right next to the airport and the landfill? I think there probably would be. We've done air quality studies, right, to see what the current status of that area is. We know how we're gonna clean it up with this TIF money, right? That's been well discussed. I haven't seen any of it. I'm sure somebody somewhere is doing work. It would be great if the public was aware of that. Perhaps next time we have a data center informational meeting, you can come and present that information. Hey, you could have brought this slideshow out to us to get a better understanding for the rest of the citizens before this meeting. That would have helped the information pathways. That would have made me feel more confident that the city actually cares. But I don't think you do, and since I don't think you're gonna listen to anything I have to say anyway, we move to page 3. Introduction. This report evaluates potential air quality and health impacts attributable to the permanent on-site power system permitted for the Vanta Data Center facility at 22318 Glen Drive in Sterling, Virginia. Based on Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, air permit number 74242, this facility is authorized to operate 8 natural gas simple cycle turbines and more than 50 diesel generators, including emergency and back start units. We're also gonna do natural gas production in this TIF district for some sort of project, right? There's a 22 or 28-inch natural gas pipeline that's being talked about being installed in this TIF district. Oh, hey, I guess I'm less informed than I should be. Perhaps you guys could put out that information? I don't know, it seems relevant to conversations like this one. It seems relevant when people don't know information and are actively begging you to tell us. Using the maximum annual emissions authorized in the permit, we quantify how this on-site power system could increase the fine particulate air pollution, PM 2.5, in nearby communities in Loudoun County, Fairfax County, and the broader downwind region. Hey, that's a really good point. Again, the pollution that we cause, regardless of what goes into this district, will be spread to other communities. It doesn't just stay here, it's, I don't know, a lot like that old gunite facility that got in trouble for leaking stuff into our waterways. We have a history in this city, a very recent history in this city, of areas being developed and being misused. We have a long history of different companies that have had to start up and close down and then change hands, and this shell game of covering up the Superfund sites that we have in this city. Is this area a Superfund site, actually? That would be a really interesting information to bring up. Perhaps we could talk about what used to be there, how the groundwater currently is, what new development would look like for that kind of environmental status of that region. I don't know, it seems really relevant. It seems like it would be a great conversation to have before this TIF hearing. What are we supposed to do, right? Like, you guys are gonna quietly let this all happen, and then at some point you're gonna randomly pop back up for a vote. I don't particularly know why or when that will happen, but it seems to be consistent. Again, we weren't told about this. We were told by the mayor, don't worry about it, I'll let you know. And then we got nothing. Scientific foundation and independence. This assessment was conducted by an independent scientific experts and was not prepared on behalf of the project proponent, permitting agency, or any of the regulating authorities. This analysis relies on publicly available permit documentation and peer-reviewed air quality modeling and health impact assessment methods. It follows established scientific frameworks used to evaluate 1, how emissions disperse and are chemically transformed in the atmosphere to form fine particulate matter, and 2, how increases in fine particulate matter exposure attributable to the data center translate into adverse health outcomes and economic damage. The approach is consistent with methods widely applied in the academic literature and by federal agencies to assess population-level health impacts of industrial air pollution and builds on decades of statistical and that's a hard word, I'm just going to skip it. It's fine. Research linking the long-term PM2.5 exposure to increased risks of premature mortality and other adverse health outcomes. That's a somewhat long paragraph basically saying stuff in air, bad. We want to breathe air. Air good, stuff in air bad. Cool. This analysis was conducted by an environmental health scientist and air pollution biostatistician trained at Harvard University. All assumptions, inputs, and analytical steps are documented. This report is intended to provide an independent, policy-relevant assessment of potential long-term public health impacts attributable to the facility's permitted emissions. This analysis is focused on population-level health impacts and does not replace regulatory compliance modeling conducted as a part of the permitting process. Did we have any modeling conducted for any of the proposed changes to this area? I haven't seen any, but maybe not. What is PM 2.5 and why does it matter? This is, I figure, another explanation. Fine particulate matter, smaller than 2.5 micrometers in diameter, is one of the most harmful forms of air pollution. Because of its microscopic size, roughly 30 times smaller than the width of a human hair, PM 2.5 can penetrate deep into the lungs and enter the bloodstream, triggering inflammation throughout the body. A large body of scientific evidence links exposure to PM 2.5 with a wide range of adverse health outcomes, including asthma exacerbation, respiratory and cardiovascular disease, heart attack, stroke, and premature death. According to a major public health assessments, PM 2.5 accounts for the majority of roughly 8 million global deaths each year attributed to air pollution, making it a leading environmental risk factor worldwide. High-risk groups include children, asthmatics, and older adults living with pre-existing heart and lung conditions. Again, where is this proposed district? What are we doing? We just had some people come up here and speak about how areas that we care about, or areas are ignored in the city, especially when they're low-income areas. This is not a high-income area of the city. This is not filled with residents who can pay a lawyer to try to fight against a $12 billion project. Our only hope is that you kind of, sort of listen to us. I don't think it'll happen, but I guess I'm just gonna annoy everybody. PM 2.5 originates from both direct and indirect sources. Primary PM 2.5 is emitted directly into the air from combustion processes such as power generation, vehicle exhaust, and industrial activity. Secondarily, PM 2.5 forms when gases such as sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxides, ammonia, and volatile organic compounds react in the atmosphere, often in the presence of sunlight. These reactions convert the gases into fine sulfite, nitrate, and organic particles that become part of the PM 2.5 mixture people breathe. Together, these pathways contribute to ambient 2.5 exposure that might affect regional air quality and public health. Importantly, there's no safe level of exposure to PM 2.5. Health risks increase continuously as exposures rise, with no threshold. I'm sorry, does anybody want to talk about what's being talked about on that side of the room? It's it's somewhat distracting, but it's kind of funny, right? We keep interrupting to try to figure out if this can happen or not. Is that what's trying to, cool, sounds good. I'll just keep going. Importantly, there are no safe levels of exposure to PM 2.5. Health risks increase continuously as exposure rises, with no threshold below which exposure is considered harmless. A large body of evidence, including national studies of more than 60 million U.S. Medicaid beneficiaries employing causal inference methods, indicate that long-term increases in PM2.5 contribute to higher mortality and hospitalization rates, even at concentrations below current federal standards. In practical terms, this means that the modest incremental increases in pollution can still produce meaningful population-level health impacts when a large number of people are exposed. We're a town of 150,000 people. Like, there are more that sit downwind of us, more that sit downstream of us. This is not just an us thing. We need to try to do what we can to protect everybody. Emissions input and scope of analysis. This analysis evaluates the air quality and health impacts attributable to the permanent on-site power system permitted for the Vanta Data Center facility located on Glen Drive. Under Virginia's Department of Environmental Quality, VADEQ, air permit registration, based on the permit, the facility is authorized to operate multiple combustion sources, including 8 natural gas simple turbine engines and 51 diesel generator sets consisting of 49 emergency diesel generator sets and 2 black start diesel generator sets. Emissions inputs are based on the facility-wide annual emission limits specified in the permit, which are derived from enforceable operating limits and emission factors. Do we have any of those? I don't know what protections we would have for this TIF district, for this proposed $12 billion project. Again, already a proposed $12 billion project that for some reason we still need to create a tax incremental financing district for? Like, what? If that's not pulling things, and I don't know what is. This permit establishes facility-wide annual emission limits, all units combined, including 56 tons per year of PM2.5. Like, that's what they're just willing to allow in the area. That's kind of what this study goes into, is understanding like how bad that is. Just what they already allow. What I don't believe have any restrictions for. I would love to feel corrected. I would love for some presentation to come in and say like exactly what could happen to this region, what couldn't. Like all we've heard is not to worry about it. This isn't in any way related to a $12 billion proposed project in the area. I just don't believe you. It doesn't seem like you've done any of the prep work, so I don't know. I guess we'll just keep reading and see what happens. The scope of this report is limited to changes in annual PM2.5 exposure and the resulting health and economic effects attributable to the Vantage facilities permitted emissions. This analysis evaluates health impacts under a full permitted operations screening scenario, reflecting the maximum annual emissions authorized by the facility's air permit. In short, this annual PM2.5 exposure refers to the population-weighted annual average ambient to PM2.5 concentration increment attributed to the facility. Basically, this is just going to go in and talk about only stuff that this one facility has added to the region. Again, facility very similar to what's currently proposed in the TIF district. This screening approach does not assume that on-site generators operate only during emergency events. Rather, it reflects total emissions allowed under the permit and therefore captures a bounding, full permit emissions scenario. The potential magnitude and geographical impacts, the permitted annual emission extent of impacts if actual annual emissions approach the maximum permitted annual emission limits, regardless of the specific mix of permitted operating modes. Actual impacts would be expected to scale with actual annual emissions. The results should therefore be interpreted as illustrating the potential public health implications of the permitted on-site power system when operated at its authorized emission levels. It is important to note that generator tier standards regulate emissions per hour of operation, but do not directly constrain the total annual emissions of these if these operating hours increase. Accordingly, the health impacts estimated here reflect total permitted emissions rather than assumptions about specific operating schedules. Ammonia emissions were not explicitly included in the primary modeling analysis. Although the permitted natural gas turbines employ selective catalytic reduction, SCR systems that use ammonia or urea injection for nitrogen oxide control, the air permit does not specify an enforceable annual limits for NH, nor does it require routine reporting of ammonia emissions or ammonia slip rates. As a result, facility-specific NH emission quantities could not be derived directly from the permanent documentation. Because ammonia is a precursor in the form of secondary fine particulate matter, PM2.5, the exclusion of facility-specific NH emissions may result in the underestimation of secondary PM2.5 formation. Accordingly, estimated PM2.5 exposure and associated health impacts should be interpreted as conservative with respect to the ammonia-related secondary formation. That's in short, there are some ways that data centers can try to curb their emissions, or any facility, but it's kind of hard to track. That's what this is effectively saying. There's a fair bit of ammonia emissions that are going to be added that even the Harvard study can't seem to track. They're not sure about how much is going to be in there, and they actively say that they're like, yep, that's going to be lower than what the end result is. That's the kind of thing when we're talking about these new technologies, we're talking about these new buildings, these new types of industry. That's the kind of thing that we need to recognize and legislate against, or just say YOLO, but like admit it to us. If we're doing that, if we're just saying like, haha, screw you, we're gonna get, well, I guess it's not tax revenue if we're doing a TIF district. Wait, hold on. What is the benefit to you guys? Because there's no benefit to us, or at least, many of us don't see a benefit. And it's not like it's a tax benefit if we're going to do a TIF district and they're going to be the only facility in that area that we know about. Like, they're the only ones that could receive the TIF money. So, what are you getting out of it? Is that part of the gifts that you show up with every once in a while that all of you get that you don't mention? Were they the ones who sent you guys the bottles of liquor in December? I saw one of the packages open. Oh, don't you guys worry. One of the boxes was opened in the elevator, which has security cameras, so we can just like FOIA that information and review it. I'm sure, I don't know, there could be other cameras recording at any particular time that might also have that information. Like, just because you think you're clever doesn't mean you are. I get told that a lot, I understand. But it's important to recognize that, like, eventually you're gonna have to be honest. Or you're gonna have to deal with the consequences. Like, I don't wanna be here. I don't wanna continue speaking for however long I guess I can stand up. Is that what we're doing? But I'm gonna, because it doesn't seem like you listen anyway. Back to the document. We're on page 6, for the record. In addition to contributing secondary PM2.5 formation, short-term exposure to elevated ammonia concentrations can cause irritation to the eyes and respiratory tract, typically associated with localized or transient ammonia slip events from SCR systems. This analysis focuses on long-term annual average PM2.5 formation and does not quantify short-term ammonia exposure or acute irritation effects, which are outside the scope of the assessment. Again, this assessment that doesn't like the end result is still ignoring information. Analytical approach and methodology. To estimate potential air quality and public health impacts attributable to operation of the Vantage data center's on-site power system, this analysis applies a multi-step framework that translates permitted emissions into long-term changes in ambient fine particulate matter exposure and attributable health and economic impacts. Emissions inputs and scope are defined in the preceding section. This section describes how inputs are represented and evaluated within the modeling framework. The geographic location of the emission source was defined using the facility location reported in the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality air permit for the Vantage data center. Facility emissions were represented as a single aggregate elevated point source, consistent with the regional screening application of the in-map model. This facility-wide representation aggregates emissions from permitted gas turbines and diesel generators into a single source characterized by the maximum annual emission limits authorized under the air permit. It avoids introducing additional assumptions regarding unit-specific dispatch, operation schedules, or temporal variability, which are not required for evaluating long-term average exposure and health impacts. Because the permit does not specify a complete stack geometry and exhaust parameters required for dispersion modeling, representative release parameters were derived from facility documentation and the DEQ approved turbine stack test report. The stack inside diameter was taken directly from the sampling location information provided in the compliance test document. Exhaust temperatures used in the model are consistent with flue gas temperatures measured during performance testing. Exit velocity was calculated from reported volumetric flow rates and stack dimensions documented in the stack test data. A representative stack height of 50 meters was assumed based on the facility documentation obtained through public records. Because the air permit does not specify an enforceable stack height, this value represents a documented engineering parameter used for dispersion modeling rather than a regulatory limit. Does anybody here know if we have regulations regarding stack heights or speeds that will throw environmental particulates out? Like, have we done any air monitoring, any wind pattern monitoring of the area to understand who's going to be affected? Again, this is already an area with an airport and with a landfill. Like, this is already an area that should be a major concern. This is already an area that, whether or not we want to currently say this particular portion of ground is a Superfund site, like, again, we have an airport and a landfill right next door. Like, it's going to be a Superfund site as soon as those are shut down. Like, that's what happens. We can obviously do some capping, we can obviously do some groundwater retention systems and stuff, but like, at the end of the day, this is already a blighted area, as you point out. Like, this facility isn't going to fix that. I don't see how development in that area is going to fix that. There was nothing in the report about the TIF district where how we plan on spending the TIF funds. Like, the only assumption that we can make, the only reason why we would move it from a TIF, we would have it be a TIF district as opposed to just general taxes, is so that way we can give money back to the developer. That's why we do it. It's an incentive financing. It's incentives for developers of that area. Again, $12 billion project. Our only $12 billion project? Certainly I expect our only $12 billion project that would be in this TIF district. So it seems like the data center is an incredibly relevant conversation. So I'll continue. The objective of this analysis is to estimate population level exposure and attributable health impacts, including secondary particulate matter formed in precursor emissions. INMAP is a peer-reviewed, reduced complexity atmospheric chemistry model designed specifically to estimate marginal changes in annual average PM2.5 exposure at regional scales, including secondary PM2.5 formation. Reduced complexity refers to the computational efficiency rather than scientific validity. INMAP is calibrated against more complex chemical transport models and retains the processes necessary for health impact assessments. Accordingly, INMAP is well suited for screening level decision relevant estimation of population level PM2.5 exposure attributable to a single source, which is the primary objective of this analysis. Again, this is an actual study that was done that I haven't seen a similar study done by any of you guys. I imagine for a $12 billion project, like, I don't know, spend $1 million trying to actually ascertain what the situation is going to look like. That seems somewhat reasonable. I think $12 billion, TIF district, blah, 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 something like $50 million we're arguably not going to get tax revenue for. I feel like if we take 2% of that to try to figure out if we should do it, then that'd be a good idea. I don't know, I'm getting a lot of head shakes. Perhaps we could have more of a conversation about it. Who we got? Leadership Rockford. Oh, you're in that one. Neat. Anyway, we won't read other people's mail. It's also happening on the side. AirMod is the EPA preferred model for regulatory permitting and compliance demonstrations, particularly for evaluating near-field concentrations at specific receptors and shorter averaging times. However, AirMod does not simulate atmospheric chemical reactions or gas-to-particle conversion, and therefore does not explicitly account for secondary PM 2.5 formation. Again, this stuff is kind of hard to track. Like, we have smart people who are saying, current modeling's a bit rough. Like, do we think we're better, or do we just not care? Because I know I care. I know a lot of people care. Hey, they're still sitting here. You guys are kind of sort of getting paid for it. I hope I'm not upsetting anybody, but again, I think this is the only time we can do this. So I'm more than willing to like take a pause if anybody else wants to give any comments. I'm not sure how that works for a public hearing. Am I able to do that?
I believe there are approximately 4 or 5 additional speakers signed up after the current speaker, so if he wants to cede his time for the moment to allow those speakers to address the public hearing, that's fine.
My apologies. Please, I apologize for anybody upsetting. You good? Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, if anybody wants to come up, feel free to tap me on the shoulder. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to. No, you can do whatever you want. Quick commercial break, yep.
I had signed up on, okay. Okay. Good? Or somebody else? Okay,
Excuse me.
yes, sorry.
Excuse me. Our next public speaker tonight is Denise Malik. Is Denise still here? No. Okay, I can come back. Is George Stearns here? George Stearns? There you go. There you go.
Huh? Oh, okay. My wife and I moved out to Wagon Wheel Lane in 1988 from Rockford. I grew up in Rockford. I loved the area. And Wagon Wheel Lane is so nice to raise a family all around us. And my son grew up there, my stepdaughter grew up there, and I don't know how many dogs we had there, but they all grew up there too, and they're absolutely, that's what a family is. It's just absolutely beautiful out there. And the problem is, I hear all these facilities like this that are being built will ruin it. And the house I worked for all my life, I worked 48 years at Rockford Products, and the house I paid for and worked for will be worth nothing if that data center's out there. Because Wagon Wheel Lane is just across the street. Well, it's a quarter-mile cul-de-sac that you Condon, I don't know if you know where that's at. And Condon is the edge of the new facility that's coming up. And from what I've heard, and that last speaker He covered a lot of stuff, and he's very, very good. But everything I've read about other states and what's happening, you'll ruin families out there. Really, you will. And thank you. And there's so many very nice people. I've got 2 neighbors right here, and I think there's, 18, 20 houses on that quarter-mile cul-de-sac. You go out in the backyard, it's so quiet, so beautiful, and so peaceful. And with a data center, that'll disappear. And the water we get is from the ground, through wells, and that will disappear. What do you do about that? I don't know. So I'm kind of asking you, look into your hearts, look at your family, and what do you care about your family? And that's the main whole thing about it. And I love my wife. Her and I are still there, and we don't want to move from there. But if that comes in, what do? No groundwater, pollution, noise. I hear those generators are unbelievable. But please, from your heart, think about the families that are out there. There's people out there with horses, and it's just beautiful. Drive out there sometime and you'll see what I'm talking about. And that data center will ruin it all. Okay? Think about it. Please think about it. And money comes and goes. Families are forever. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Is Marissa Barganin still here? Yes.
I'll be brief. Marissa Barnathan. It's my first time coming to a city council meeting. I moved here about 2 years ago to be an educator. I feel like I'm on the flip side of what that wonderful gentleman just spoke to. I've only been here for 2 years. I want to be proud of the place that I live in. I'm hoping to start a family here. But I'm urging you to vote no on the proposed TIF district, as everyone before me has spoken about. For me, with the potential plans for industrialization in that area, I'm concerned about water consumption, water pollution, air pollution, noise pollution, and particularly, as I said, I'm nervous to bring a child into the area of Rockford where I'd like to buy a house. I'd like to stay here, but I'm nervous to raise a family if the values of this city are, as the gentleman said right before me, valuing money over people. So as he said, I agree, look into your hearts, think about your families. Your families might not be in that district, but think of the folks who are, and people like me who I want to stay here, I really do. And so I know some of you, hopefully, will consider our thoughts. As the gentleman before me said, I don't know exactly the process, but I'm just urging you to vote no on this proposed TIF district. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Patrick Hickey here?
I'm the supervisor of Scott Township, Ogle County, which is bordering this potential TIF district. The residents of Scott Township are very concerned about the impact on our water quality, electricity demands, and collateral damage to our properties that are adjacent to any construction site, whether it's a data center, it's not material. We're very concerned. And we're also concerned about the impact on our roads that will be used to construct whatever it is constructed. And as for blight, none of us who may or may not have generational farms on this property or any property adjacent will be interested in the degradation of our property values when this is constructed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Chris Bear still here?
Good evening.
Good evening.
You know, it's a funny thing. I find that I have to go to city council on a Monday night when I'd rather be at home, but I don't trust this council to do their job. And so here I am, helping you do your job for you, I suppose. So let's take a look at the City of Rockford's tax increment financing policy statement. This is a 9-pager, so Stephen, it's not as bad as 600. The Government Finance Officers Association, GFOA, recommends that local governments carefully evaluate whether tax increment financing, TIF, and TIF districts are the most appropriate and effective tool to assist the local government in its economic development plans. TIF can be a powerful economic development tool, but when tax revenues from the TIF increment is diverted, other local governments will be affected by not receiving these revenues, which can constrain a government over the duration of the TIF. Additionally, the development project itself may contain risk. If the project fails to realize the projected results, it could subject the TIF and the government to significant financial pressures, particularly that with respect to the TIF debt service. When creating the City of Rockford's TIF policy, an ad hoc committee was formed to address 5 categories. Number 1, priorities when negotiating a new TIF project/development agreement. Number 2, creating a new TIF district. Number 3, the due diligence required for new projects within a TIF district. Number 4, monitoring/reporting of existing TIF districts and agreements. Number 5, the city's philosophy on use of incremental real estate tax from TIF. I'm reading this whole thing to make sure that we all heard it, because I don't actually believe that y'all read the whole thing. It's pretty big. So we're just going to read together, listen in. Continuing on, the ad hoc committee was asked to take into account risk, financial conditions, the likelihood of normal changes in the EAV which would occur without TIF status, and the relationship of a project to the city's overall plans, including maintenance and sustainability. This policy is designed to be consistent with enabling statutes, but also provide flexibility to the city consistent with the city's comprehensive plan while furthering local priorities. This policy will be used going forward as a guide for city employees working with TIF, as well as citizens that want to understand the process used to make TIF decisions. This policy will be updated annually to ensure relevancy and proper connection to the city's comprehensive plan. Number 1, priorities when negotiating a new TIF project/development agreement. The following outlines 8 main priorities of the city will consider when negotiating a new project/development agreement within an existing TIF. The 2 primary priorities are the type of project, A, and the location of the project, B. The 6 secondary priorities are quality of life, A, crime prevention, B, education, C, parks and recreation, D, historic commercial centers, E, and riverfront, F. The ad hoc committee used these 8 main priorities to create a guideline point system to help simplify and make transparent the priorities in the city's decision-making process. Appendix A, guideline point system. I guess this is bad with outlines. I guess this is, no, this is 1. Okay. Primary project priorities. A, the type of project, 1 of 2. Number 1, industrial/manufacturing. A, provide an adequate supply of land for development which increases primary employment opportunities. B, maintain adequate capacities in public utilities. C, promote the development of transportation-related goods and services as a special focus to Rockford's economic base. D, create primary employment opportunities considering the number of jobs created based on full-time equivalent, FTE. E, obtain targeted employment opportunities that are consistent with city-recognized regional economic development plans. F, create economic incentives for businesses locate in areas with existing infrastructure. G, support craft manufacturing and entrepreneurship. H, create jobs in undeserved areas and high unemployment zones. 2, commercial-new. A, land use. 1, make retail centers attractive destinations. 2, provide incentives for mixed-use development and redevelopment. B, economic development. 1, pursue opportunities to strengthen the sales tax base. 2, provide services in undeserved area. 3, provide job opportunities in high unemployment zones. 3, commercial renovation/improvement of existing commercial. A, land use. Number 1, promote targeted infill development. Number 2, direct development along corridors to create stronger districts. 3, provide financial incentives to aid the development of smart growth projects. 4, provide incentives for mixed use in development and redevelopment. B, economic development. 1, systematically plan for the redevelopment of Rockford's older commercial areas. 2, encourage the continuous upgrading and active marketing of existing retail centers. 3, enhance the unique appearance of existing structures through the preservation of architecture that represents a resource of value to the community. 4, residential. A, address concentration of low-income residential economic development. Number 1, encourage and promote a balance of new, desirable developments. Number 2, develop and maintain a comprehensive housing plan that goes beyond the scope of the consolidated plan. 3, encourage housing strategies that revitalize older neighborhoods. 4, improve the state of neighborhoods surrounding downtown, complementing existing plans. 5, reduce concentrations of poverty. B, dangerous and abandoned buildings, economic development. Number 1, ensure the transportation improvements foster and support the revitalization of existing neighborhoods. 2, support the removal of derelict housing units provided that there is a strategy to minimize negative effects. 3, promote housing strategies that result in new housing within existing neighborhoods, utilizes existing infrastructure, and is compatible with existing housing stock, infill housing. 4, reduce financial roadblocks to rehabilitation. 5, minimize the hazards of lead paint while ensuring the financial feasibility of rehabilitation. 5, tourism. A, create opportunities for entertainment, spectator sports, events, and venues. B, support arts and cultural opportunities for residents and visitors. C, provide entertainment for residents and visitors. D, create opportunities of critical mass such as City Market and Stroll on State. 6, public improvements. A, land use. Number 1, retrofit existing arterials and collector streets with sidewalks. Number 2, design streets to facilitate safe pedestrian crossings. 3, require traffic calming in residential areas that experience excessive traffic speeds. Welcome back, 6:43. What time is it now? Oh, 7:16. Glad to have you back. 30 minutes, decent. I lost my place. We'll just. Okay, hold on. Okay, abandoned buildings, tourism. You can take a seat if you want. I'll wait. I was trying not to be rude, but keep it up. Okay. Yeah, right. Rude was you leaving, but you know, I digress. Okay, number 6, public improvements, land use. Okay, here we go. Require traffic calming. So number 4, connect walkways, parking lots, greenways, and developments. Page 3. Number 5, plant trees throughout the community and preserve existing trees during new construction. Number 6, maintain sidewalks, bikeways, and pathways. Number 7, serve the needs of those who are disenfranchised from, do not desire to use, or are otherwise unable to take full advantage of the predominantly automobile-oriented transportation system. Number 8, ensure that transportation improvements foster and support the revitalization of existing neighborhoods. Number 9, improve the appearance of major roadway corridors in Rockford. Number 10, implement gateway plans. 7, arts. You might like this one. Highlight cultural assets through public art and events. That's all we got, though. Number 8, historic preservation. A, find ways to take advantage of areas where a critical mass of historic sites exist, such as South Main area, where Tinkerswiss Cottage Museum, the Graham Ganestra House, and the Ethnic Heritage Museum are located. B, location of projects, 2 of 2. Number 1, high priority areas. A, central city defined areas that were developed prior to 1950. B, census tracts with high unemployment. C, census tracts with low median income. D, areas defined as community development block grant eligible tract. E, riverfront. 2, mid-priority areas. A, areas that developed between 1950 and 1990. B, buildings that have been vacant for more than 10 years. 3, low-priority areas. A, typically greenfield locations that require the extension of public infrastructure. Sounds kind of like this proposed TIF district, actually. Secondary project priorities. A, quality of life. Number 1, land use. A, support tree preservation through public/private partnerships. B, plant trees throughout the community and preserve existing trees during new construction. C, provide sidewalks. D, design streets to facilitate safe pedestrian crossings. E, provide safe pedestrian routes to transit. F, make places walkable for aging populations and those with disabilities. G, create a comprehensive bicycling program. 2, natural resources. A, protect our groundwater supply. B, protect our floodway and floodplains. C, redevelop Rockford's brownfields. 3, landscaping. A, protect mature trees and maintain required landscaping. B, reforest/plant trees to replace removal. C, support efforts to preserve and/or restore natural vegetation.
Kind of sounds like the opposite of what this is going to be.
Sure does. We continue on, page 4 of 9. B, crime prevention, 2 of 6. Number 1, establish positive police/community relations through effective branch police stations. Number 2, implement crime prevention through environmental design programs. C, education, 3 of 6. Number 1, support local education opportunities for primary and secondary education. Number 2, provide ongoing training for existing employees. Number 3, establish programs for those returning to work, including parolee job training and education. D, parks and recreation, 4 of 6. Number 1, land use. Create a network of trails and greenways. B, create active and secure open spaces. C, create a comprehensive bicycling program. 2, community facilities and services. A, assist the Park District in acquisition and development of facilities as appropriate. B, work with Park District in preparing a new park and open space plan. C, pursue the development of new pathways. D, continue the development of riverfront open space. E, historic commercial centers, 5 of 6. 1, downtown, midtown, Broadway, and other historic districts. A, develop a comprehensive wayfinding system, signs and graphic communication to convey location and direction to travelers to and within downtown. B, develop a block-by-block plan for downtown complementing existing plans. C, increase the amount and variety of downtown housing. D, expand the number and variety of destination entertainment venues. E, provide attractive and efficient options for travel. F, riverfront, 6 of 6. Number 1, focus on properties that revitalize the riverfront. Number 2, creation of public space along river. 3, remove of non-conforming uses along river corridor downtown. 2, creation of a new TIF district, aka redevelopment project area. The following outlines the 9 steps city employees should take when evaluating the creation of a new a new TIF district, also known as redevelopment project area, RPA. A, analyze the area proposed for a TIF district to determine whether the proposed district is eligible as it meets, number 1, the criteria under applicable state law. 2, the priorities for economic development and community development established by the city. B, size. 1, the TIF district should be no larger than the size necessary to achieve the 2 objectives in item A. C, evaluation by a qualified consultant. The evaluation of a TIF shall be completed by a qualified consultant approved by the city and working under the direction of the city and shall include a preliminary TIF qualification report demonstrating conformance with state statute, that might be another typo as well. B, TIF redevelopment plan implementing the initiatives of the city's comprehensive plan. D, the TIF redevelopment plan shall describe with specificity the city's priorities that are to be achieved with the establishment of a TIF in the proposed district. Page 5 and 9. We're past the halfway point. Number 1, the area encompassed by the proposed district should clearly relate to these priorities and the criteria established by law. 2, if the district is to be created to fund public infrastructure improvements, the same but for analysis should be applied to these improvements, i.e., without the creation of the TIF district, these infrastructure improvements could likely not be made. There are no alternative sources of funds reasonably available. E, determine whether development or redevelopment could take place within an acceptable time frame without TIF assistance, e.g., but for the TIF assistance that is available through the establishment of a TIF district, development which furthers the city's economic development or community development goals would not be reasonably likely to occur in this area within a reasonable time. Demonstrate that the physical and economic conditions in the district would not be addressed without the creation of the TIF. Number 1, identify public improvements that are to be made in the district financed through TIF revenues. Number 2, prepare a district-wide financial projection of the TIF revenues and determine whether these revenues will support any TIF expenditures that are to be funded on other than a pay-as-you-go basis. Number 3, identify any taxpayer concentration, tax appeal history, EAV trends, and the overlapping taxing jurisdictions' projected contribution to any TIF revenues based on the financial projection. Number 4, evaluate the city's ability to meet the proposed TIF district objectives, its ability to mitigate potential risks to overlapping taxing districts, the city's ongoing maintenance and repair costs, and the ability to repay debt in the event of revenue declines. A, work with the township assessor to obtain a projection of future EAV in the district without the creation of the TIF district based on available information. B, look at past and future EAV trends, collection performance, and delinquency rates. C, look at the effect that the creation of the TIF district is likely to have on property or businesses outside of the district. Look at the effect of the creation of the TIF district likely to have on property. That's a good one. Number 5, subject the assumptions and methods for all feasibility studies to sensitivity analysis and other modeling techniques. See the Government Finance Officers Association best practice, evaluating data and assumptions in economic development proposals. Number 6, additionally, an alternative analysis could be prepared to evaluate pay-as-you-go financing and/or debt financing options that the TIF could support. F, analyze the long-term economic benefit to the local economy for the term of the TIF, the fiscal impacts to the affected jurisdictions and overlapping tax entities, e.g. school districts, and the economic cost of TIF incentives. G, evaluate the risk to general government operations when the TIF-related revenue is no longer available, including an evaluation of the impact of the TIF district on the city's tax base. H, prepare a maintenance plan for the TIF district's projects, incorporating ongoing costs and future capital costs, the cost of periodic reviews of the TIF district performance, maintaining public information on the TIF district, etc., considering the revenue sources available to cover these costs. If a third-party or private sector partner, such as a developer, is to maintain the TIF district, provide a maintenance plan that incorporates those components. I, prepare a simple summary staff report to be used in the final decision-making process. 3, due diligence required for specific projects within a TIF district. The following outlines 9 critical due diligence steps city employees should take when evaluating a specific project within a TIF district. A, apply the but-for test. This is critical for public credibility and for fairness to other taxing districts. Number 1, each proposed project must demonstrate sufficient need for the city's TIF assistance such that without the TIF assistance, the proposed project would not occur. Number 2, the proponent will demonstrate that every other reasonable financing alternative has been exhausted prior to the use of TIF. Number 3, the satisfaction of the but-for test will, in appropriate cases, be subject to review by an outside committee appointed by the city. B, identify the city's priorities for the use of TIF that will be met or furthered by the project as outlined in this policy. Number 1, economic development, job creation. Number 1, employment of persons living in the district. Number 2, employment generally. 3, wage level. 4, business located in the district. A, location near existing housing. B, location near planned housing. 5, what businesses or jobs? A, manufacturing. B, healthcare. C, those consistent with the city's economic development plan. 6, other criteria. 2, commercial development. A, underserved areas are priority locations. B, avoid cannibalizing within the district or contiguous districts. C, other criteria. 3, shovel-ready industrial sites. 4, community development. A, elimination of blighted features. B, brownfields or environmental remediation. C, improved public infrastructure. D, creation of public resources, parks, schools, libraries, etc. E, other. C, allocation of TIF revenue. Number 1, TIF support will be on a pay-as-you-go basis. A, consideration will be taken for existing development projects where bonds may be refinanced to restructure debt. In these situations, it shall be demonstrated by the developer that the proposal lessens the burden of on existing bonds. B, consideration will be taken for public infrastructure improvements. C, consideration will be taken for the use of revenue bonds that are not backed by general obligations. 2, developer will be prohibited from contesting assessments. 3, project will be to be supported by TIF must be subject to real estate tax. A, exceptions for schools, universities, hospitals, churches, when such activity fulfills the priorities of the policy. 4, the developer's share of TIF revenues derived from the developer's project will be limited to 50% of the proceeds. A, additional revenues may be allocated when multiple policy priorities are satisfied. 5, under the following circumstances, a developer's project will be eligible to receive TIF support from revenues generated from other increment in the district in which the project is located. A, projects of significant importance to the community and meeting multiple goals of the redevelopment plan and criteria outlined in this policy. B, programs approved by the city consistent with the redevelopment plan, i.e. facade program, sign replacement program, landscaping program. D, the developer will provide a stress-tested financial presentation demonstrating the probability of the project's financial success. E, prepare a thorough development or redevelopment plan that includes an estimate of the incremental increase in real estate valuation the proposed project will create, not required for identified TIF programs, i.e. facade program. Number 1, this will be based on an estimate provided by the township assessor comparing the before and after assessment and the assessor's opinion of the value. Number 2, the city will hire outside professionals to assist with this process at the expense of the developer, A, when bond funding is considered, and or B, at the discretion of the finance director. F, thoroughly investigate the developer and his/her ability to meet the obligations outlined in the development agreement as necessary. This includes due diligence in examining the developer's financial and other resources and its track record with similar projects. That's a thinker. G, if development project satisfies the criteria set forth above, the city will prepare a draft term sheet that sets forth the components of the proposed development agreement in simple terms. H, the development plan and development agreement include the following. Number 1, a clear statement of the city's priorities or goals which are to be furthered by the project. 2, detailed performance measures. A, success is not simply the achievement of the increased assessed value. B, success should be measured by the priorities, job creation, elimination of blight, environmental remediation, increased assessed value, etc. C, measurements should be independently confirmed. 3, milestones for identified performance measures. 4, guarantees of performance. A, level of developer guarantee varies based on the developer's share of the TIF revenues and the share of the TIF revenues that go to cover public infrastructure costs that would otherwise have been borne by the general fund. B, increase priority ranking for job guarantee. 5, the share of the TIF revenues the developer will receive. A, rank the project on the city's priorities using a numerical scoring system. B, adjust the ranking to reflect any public infrastructure improvements that will be covered by the TIF revenues. 6, developer share. A grant. B, a loan repayable only out of incremental taxes if performance measures are met and out of developers' funds if not. C, bonded in tranches with any go bond tranche enjoying senior status. D, other. 7, identify the steps for monitoring, evaluating, and enforcing the agreement, e.g., are target job creation numbers met? A, cover the cost to the city in terms of staff and consultants for the monitoring of the TIF and the project through the life of the TIF. B, cover the cost to the city of ongoing transparency, filing and publishing annual reports, website maintenance, etc. C, identify the amount of funds to be withheld to monitor agreement. 8, specify the developer's obligation to provide information throughout the life of the TIF. A, guarantee that the project's users, tenants, operators, etc. are obligated to provide the information necessary to monitor results. This thing is long. 9, steps to be taken if performance goals are not met, including descriptions of the consequences for either better or worse performance. Number 10, for bonded projects, establish a responsibility to monitor bond covenants. 11, document who is responsible for the following. A, project upkeep. B, who backs up project revenue if increments are not sufficient. C, ongoing maintenance responsibilities. D, maintaining designated reserves if required. E, project reporting and monitoring. F, adherence with state and local laws. I, prepare a simple summary staff report, including the guidance point system, Appendix A, to be used in the final decision-making process. Number 4, monitoring/reporting of existing TIF districts and agreements. The following outlines 5 monitoring/reporting requirements of city employees to make sure TIF districts are regularly and fairly monitored. A, on an annual basis, publish a report of each TIF district to determine if the TIF is functioning as projected. Number 1, measure actual performance as compared to projected performance, including A, items such as actual versus projected tax base, jobs created, location of jobs, and potential impact of shifting economic development from non-TIF district to TIF district. B, private investment completed during the year within the TIF. C, public investment, both measured in TIF dollars and non-TIF dollars. D, current projections, both measured in the TIF fund revenue and fund balances through the life of the TIF. E, review of any transfer of funds from one TIF district to another. B, on an annual basis, provide a summary of existing development agreements within each TIF and performance of the agreement compared to projections. C, fully comply with the State of Illinois requirements for an annual TIF report. D, convene the Joint Review Board to review existing TIFs. Number 1, evaluate performance of TIF. Number 2, review implementation of redevelopment plan. Number 3, assess fiscal impact on affected taxing districts. Number 4, review of any increase in services to any taxing district. A, determine if there are any surplus funds as defined by the TIF Act. E, transparency. Number 1, provide a web-based portal for each TIF district and each development project within each TIF district. Number 2, portal should include A, all non-proprietary information relied on by the city in entering and monitoring the development agreement. B, economic forecasts. C, job creation. D, infrastructure established. E, performance standards. F, monitoring results. G, pictures. H, developer information. Number 5, city's philosophy on use of incremental real estate tax from TIF. Oof. And not much on the end here, but it says it is the city's philosophy with respect to tax increment financing to use incremental real estate taxes generated from new development in TIF areas to improve those areas and to use the incremental real estate taxes from TIF areas, however they are generated, to improve those areas. So that concludes the 9-page document here. So I feel like at least y'all heard it now. Whether retained or not, I can't speak to that, but we got that part out of the way. So appreciate y'all listening to that. And I think we all have a pretty firm grasp on what we want and don't want, and as citizens of your wards, we implore you to listen to us because we are the city and we want the will of the city to be met by those represented. So I don't think on that one.
Thank you. This public hearing will resume on May 21st, 2026 at 1 p.m. in council chambers. Individuals who signed up tonight to provide a statement regarding the proposed redevelopment plan but have not done so due to time constraints will have an opportunity to do so on May 21st. This public hearing is hereby adjourned. The time will be 1 p.m. May 21st, here in City Council chambers. We're going to go ahead and move on tonight's agenda. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. So we have two items on tonight's agenda. First item is approval of the transfer of surplus property located at 1338 Derby Lane and 4750 Pepper Drive at Northern Illinois Land Bank for future residential development. Do I have a motion to approve? Are there any comments or questions? Alderwoman Meeks?
Thank you so much. This is for item number 1, correct? Thank you. I'm just getting back on track here. I just wanted to make a comment for this particular develop. I don't really have a question. I just want to say, I don't think that I recall seeing the way that this proposal was laid out to identify city-owned properties that we could develop on, relinquish those properties, and allow for the land bank to pick them up and produce housing in this community. I just want to say I appreciate the efforts to move this forward. I would love to see us continue to do things like this on some of the sides of town that absolutely need it. Is there a mechanism or a way that I can review City of Rockford sites or land that we own, broken down by ward and zoning as well, how the current property is zoned. I think that could be beneficial, not just in my ward, but in other wards, to kind of have an understanding of similar properties, similar opportunities that we all might have to do something of this nature, to kind of get rid of some of these properties that we're just holding on to that could be potentially used for land partnered together. But ultimately, I just want to say thank you all for presenting this. I appreciate this approach. I love this approach, actually, of how we're going about it. And I just love to see us be able to do this with more city properties in this community. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Aye.
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 Thank you. The item passes. Item 2 is an approval of the proposed development agreement with Hillwood Industrial Enterprises, LLC, for the construction of spec industrial building and public improvement in conjunction with the Department of Commerce and Economic Opportunity Site Readiness Grant. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Are there any questions or comments? Alderman Salgado?
Yeah, so I got a question, whoever can answer this. So the request, is this, trying to remember, are we giving them 2.5 million, up to 2.5 million? Is this the project that we're talking about?
Alderman Salgado, I can give you a little bit of background. Understanding that this project has been in the works for an extensive period of time. And before I forget, should there be any additional questions, Hillwood Development, Matthew from Hillwood is here this evening. The city of Rockford had identified this intersection 2 and 20 as industrial development opportunities, recognizing its location to the airport, but also recognizing there's deficiencies in regards to site readiness. So we coordinated with the airport and seeking industrial developers. There was limited communication with Hillwood, and then worked with our regional planning to apply for a DCO site readiness grant. So yes, one of the funding sources is $2,428,000. That is being provided by DCO on a reimbursable in a reimbursable way. Additionally, City Council had previously identified $2.5 million of funds to help offset infrastructure costs for the redevelopment of the site. So that is also being provided at a reimbursable way through fund balance through Global Trade Park TIF 1 and 2. And then that would include, that 2.5 million would include the $600,000 match that City Council previously approved for the site readiness grant. So a total of 2.4 million from DCO and 2.5 million from the City of Rockford for public infrastructure and site reimbursements.
So if I may follow up with that, then what is our current balance in that global trade park that we have for that TIF?
So if Director Haggerty can look it up while I'll partly answer that question, we are using fund balance. So there's an existing fund balance within those TIF districts to support this investment.
Yeah, I just would like to know, I know Ms. Haggerty sent out the different balances for those particular TIF. It's a huge amount. I think it's a great opportunity since we are in the cargo industry. We're one of the largest in the country, so I think it makes sense from my perspective. I just, $2.5 million out of a $25 million investment that the developer, I believe, is what I read within the contract itself. It's quite significant, so I just would like to see how much money is in that to ensure that we continue to have enough for others, right, from that perspective. So
I'm sure Carrie can provide that.
Yeah, and I also
I'm referencing Director Haggerty, and she's not behind me, so I apologize for that. I didn't turn around.
No worries. No worries.
So she'll Director Haggerty, the question was, did you get the question? I did not. What the existing fund balance in Global Trade Park 2 and 3, and if you also could provide the ending anticipated balance as well as the termination date.
Yes.
No, that's an excellent question, Alderman, and one that we evaluated as part of the project.
Yes.
The current anticipated ending fund balance for Trade Park 2 is $1.7 million in 2030. Trade Park 3 is $3.4 million in 2031.
Did you have one as well?
Trade Park 1 is 6.6 million in 2028.
So about 11 million. All right, cool, thank you.
Alderwoman Meeks.
Thank you so much. Can you help me understand, when you all went for this site readiness grant, what are some of the qualifications to apply for this type of grant through DCEO?
So this is, when we received funding for the DCO Site Readiness Grant, this was the first time that DCO had ever had a Site Readiness Grant application process, and we needed to identify control of the property. So our partner Hillwood had the property under option. They had to identify it as industrial development consistent with the overall grant, and we needed to have a resolution approved by City Council authorizing us to apply for the grant and committing the matching funds. Those were the basics.
But it had to be industrial. This isn't something that could be for residential or commercial, preparing sites for, it had to be industrial.
Correct.
Okay. That was my biggest question. And so, kind of lost here, but total for this particular project was 4.9 million that they're receiving, is that correct? 2.4 from DCEO, 2.5 reimbursed through the city?
That is correct.
Okay. And then, this is off topic, but the other TIF that we heard a lot about tonight, was that one 100% of the TIF? They'll be dispersing 100% of that TIF of the South industrial TIF?
So I'm not certain I understand the question, but let me take a shot at it. I mean, if the City Council creates the TIF, it'll be up to City Council to determine how much is distributed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking. Okay. Well, I don't have any more questions. Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions or comments? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Aye.
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 No. That's a no.
Thank you. The item passes. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor, please state by aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. This meeting is adjourned.
Welcome to the Finance and Personnel Committee meeting held tonight, Monday, May 11th. Sir Clerk, would you please take roll? Here. Thank you. First item on our committee reports, number 1, is approval of vouchers in the amount of $11,816,448.08. Is there a motion to approve vouchers? Any questions or comments on vouchers? Alderman Thunberg.
Chairman, I actually have 3, but I will hold those off until council and/or call during the week, which unfortunately I didn't have time to make that call, so thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 2 is an approval of the bond sale for an issuance of $103 million in taxable general obligation bonds, alternate revenue source for convention center and hotel, public-private partnership with Hard Rock, Rockford. Is there a motion to approve? Before we have any questions or comments, we have a short presentation. Mr. Cagnoni?
Certainly, Chairman. Director Haggerty and I can walk through what the request is this evening, and Dan Fisher and Gino Infante are also here this evening and just walking in now, and would be happy to answer any questions that may go directly to them. But what is up for consideration is the first step in a multi-step process, which we are requesting authorization to start the bonding process, where we're looking to secure $90 million in bond proceeds, so a total bond amount of $103 million to fund the construction of a hotel and convention center that would be attached to the Hard Rock Casino. Their overall plan would be that this would be a convention center and hotel owned by the city of Rockford. However, the debt service would be paid by Hard Rock Rockford through a development agreement, corporate guarantee, and management agreement for the operation of the overall convention center and hotel. They have secured a market study. There's a summary of that within the packet from the letter from Mr. Fisher, talking about the overall scope and scale of the project, their evaluation of the market, the occupancy rate, the average rate per night within the hotel and convention center, which would demonstrate that it would have significant and sufficient cash flow to pay for the debt service. I also referenced a development agreement that we would prepare, which set forth additional terms related to an exit strategy for the city of Rockford in the 7 to 10 year time frame, where Hard Rock Rockford would be able to take over ownership of the facility, as well as revisions to the host community agreement on the minimum guarantee. I would note that the authorization to sell bond proceeds is the first step in the process, and will come back before committee and city council for final approval after all the public notification process, as well as the preparation of the development agreement, the management agreement, and the revisions to the host agreement, and any other necessary documents.
Could you please explain what's meant by the alternate revenue source of these bonds, Ms. Haggerty?
Certainly. So this language comes from state statute, which authorizes the city to issue bonds that are backed by the city's taxing authority, but the repayment source is a pledge other than property taxes. We would traditionally issue those for another construction project or development project as what we would call sales tax alternates. In this instance, the alternate revenue source is the net proceeds of the operation of the hotel and convention center.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the committee? Mr. Alderman Logan.
Thank you, Administrator Cagnoni and Director Haggerty, for that little presentation. I know I was tagged in a couple Facebook comments with neighborhood groups wanting to learn more about the project, and Of course, I think all aldermen around us, we always hear about public safety. People want to feel safe in their homes, and then public infrastructure is really important to folks. So one of the concerns that other neighbors had brought up was like, you know, they want potholes gone, they want better streets. I know the delta of the project for our annual budget's around like $4 million. Those funds could be used in the future in some capacity to help rebuild streets and roads, correct?
Yeah, certainly. So as you look over the revenue that will be generated from the project, a number of those revenue sources are revenue to the general fund, which is where we pay for our pothole patching operation. So, you know, the investment we would anticipate would have positive ongoing impacts on the city's general fund and our ability to fund those core services.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really important to consider that opportunity cost on page 3 of the memorandum. I even directly shared that link to the Facebook page. I don't know how many people read it, but there we go. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other questions? Alderman Grant.
Just so that constituents know that the repayment of this is not in lieu of all the other taxes or other funding that we receive. So we're going to still receive, or could you explain to people how we're still going to be receiving taxes, but then they're also going to be repaying this bond back?
Yes, Alderwoman. So you are accurate. The bond payment would come from revenue off the convention and hotel center. It will not come from the property taxes that would be generated from the property. Similar to Alderman Logeman's question, there is a 30-year projection. That is the last page of the staff report and memo where it's anticipated upon stabilization that there would be an additional $4.6 million in revenue coming to the city of Rockford, and that would come through a number of different scenarios, but that would be in additional gaming tax funds, additional host agreement, revenue sharing, attendance agreement, municipal sales tax, the non-home rule sales tax, food and beverage tax, the 1% hotel tax, the 5% hotel tourism tax that we are under agreement with Go Rockford on, and real estate tax portion. So yes, we're anticipating additional revenue from what currently exists, and we're not using existing revenue to pay for the debt service on the bond.
Alderman Bell.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on your committee, Chairman. Quick question, that additional revenue that you just mentioned, that would start, can you tell us when that would begin?
So this is a 30-year estimate. We would anticipate that upon completion of construction, and when the hotel and convention center comes online, the property tax will be immediate, the room night tax will be immediate, the sales tax will be immediate. I would certainly recognize that, understanding that there's a significant investment taking place 18 miles to the north, that is going to be competition. We know it's going to be competition with the Beloit Casino. It was identified when we originally approved the license to Hard Rockford as a threat. So there could be a dip in revenues in the short term while this is under construction, and then we would see it slowly graduate and increase through the market analysis completed by Hard Rockford.
Thank you, and I mean, it was made mention a little bit ago about neighbors' input, community input, as we make comments about, you know, the things that we'd like to invest in the future, maybe with the revenue that will be generated. Would love to add a potential grocery store on the west side, as residents have advocated for that. So while we are investing into filling potholes, would also like to consider potential grocery store investment as well. Thank you.
And some of the revenues that are generated from the project are revenues specific to the redevelopment fund, where we would normally fund economic development efforts. So that would certainly be an option for council future action.
Alderman Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This 30-year projection, only is showing with the hotel and without the hotel, and that's not showing any future development in terms of entertainment centers, or that might be built beyond that. My concern is this just to compare the hotel with or without the hotel, correct?
Correct.
And so, does this also take into consideration, for example, a decline in revenue from the Beloit Casino? Let's say, for example, there's a 15 or 20% drop in revenue or in attendees, et cetera, there than here. Are these numbers indicative of that drop?
Yes.
Okay, they are. Another question. When will we get the development agreement so we can see what terms are in that before we support this? That's one question. Second question is on this sheet here, under the beneficiaries, you list the fire department and police department pensions. Now, I don't know what number that is. Is that in addition to what we already are giving based on the law through the general budget?
So what, for everyone's awareness, the document that Alderman Beach is referencing, I believe, is the PowerPoint presentation that was at the press conference of Thursday last week.
Yes.
And those numbers reference the spending plan that City Council previously approved. So it's $1 million addition for each pension plan.
In addition to that, that's what it is, okay. Then back to that development agreement.
So I would anticipate that the development agreement will probably take 30 to 60 days for us to draft and complete, should the authorizing ordinance be approved, tonight and then at City Council.
So, when will we get to know what the final terms are of that agreement between the city and between Hard Rock?
We know the principal terms of that agreement already. That they will pay the debt service through the development agreement for the bond, that they will agree to take over the purchase of the conference center and a hotel somewhere between that 7 to 10 year time frame, yet to be finalized, that they're willing to remove the reopeners on the host community agreement, so that we're set advancing forward. Did I forget anything?
The corporate guarantee.
Oh, yes. Mentioned earlier, but I should mention it again, is the corporate guarantee from 815 Entertainment LLC. So those were, from our conversations with, aldermen, the main concerns that came up. So we went to Hard Rock to discuss those in advance to make sure that those could be satisfied before bringing this forward.
Then one last comment, sir.
Go ahead.
At least now. Do you think the 15,000 square foot conference center will be adequate to attract the kinds of business that would fill a conference center, business, trade shows, those kind of things, and the number of meeting rooms? I'm concerned with that number. You look at Beloit, I think they're over 200,000 square feet in a conference center. And that puts us at about 10% less than that. So I'm concerned about that. If that's a draw for large corporations to come in, to bring their families for trade shows and recreation.
So understanding a 15,000 square foot convention center is certainly going to attract opportunity for the region that we currently don't have. But is it the scope and scale of a convention center that's going to compete nationwide to bring those 70,000, 100,000 square foot events and activities? No, it's 15,000 square foot. But it certainly meets the state statute to advance with the bond sale, and is similar in size to what was done with the Hilton Embassy Suite. So there's opportunity there, but it's not going to compete with a 70,000 square foot convention center. But when we look at this project as a whole, and supported by the market analysis, it will support additional business and activity to the site and to Rockford.
So, one more, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
please. If we get a star bond designation, how does that interfere or affect the funding mechanism that's being laid out now?
Excellent question. So there's existing, for everyone's awareness, there's an existing star bond legislation that's currently going through the amendment process with the state of Illinois legislators. So that those rules are not finalized as of yet. But we have talked to Chairman Torelli and other regional partners, Mayor Loves Park, Mayor of McChesney Park, and some of their staff related to the star bond opportunity. And there's a letter of intent being submitted for future application for a star bond district. With a star bond district, it could allow us to capture revenue that would otherwise go to the state of Illinois to offset some of the bond payments and cost. You know, what that estimate may be could be up towards $20 million, which would be significant in reducing the overall debt on this project and allowing Hard Rock to complete additional investment. It's anticipated that the Star Bond District will be larger than just the city of Rockford, but until those rules are finalized, it's a little bit hard to fully predict. We do believe that it's an opportunity to reduce risk for the organization, but it's yet to be perfected, but we will be pursuing it as a region.
Okay. All right, I think I had another question or two, but I'll hold those for now. Thank you.
Alderman Meeks.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on your committee. I have a couple of questions from a actual 14th Ward resident, but I'm going to ask maybe one or two of them. Does this, how does this impact our city credit rating, or does it impact our city credit rating at all?
We wouldn't, the city's bond rating is really based on the city's overall financial management and resources and ability to pay. I would not anticipate the issuance of these bonds to negatively impact our credit rating. Obviously, the repayment is not from municipal tax sources. It is from the revenue generated by the project. Additionally, you know, generally, when we go through the rating process, they're more looking at our policies, how are we managing our resources. They're not looking at what did we issue debt for and how much is outstanding.
But we would be owning this property, so it would
Correct.
be something that would be added to our kind of like debt ratio, would it not?
Certainly, I mean, it would be increasing the amount of debt we have on outstanding, but that, the city has a very low debt utilization number currently, and I don't anticipate that adding this would negatively impact our bond rating.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if you find out any differently, if you could let me know.
Certainly, yeah, I mean, certainly as part of the process, we would go through an actual bond rating process with Moody's. Moody's is who the city has historically used for our bond rating. And, you know, the nature of the debt issue doesn't necessarily impact the process. But yes, certainly we would, obviously, once a rating is completed, we would share that.
And I think I asked this question before, but if you could remind me the answer, for, you know, future bonding abilities, if something tragic were to happen and we needed to use these bond revenues for something else significant in the city, how with this, being that we now own, we would own this hotel, how would this impact our future bonding or ability to?
Well, it would reduce the amount of debt that we can legally issue, but again, our current utilization of debt that counts against the city's debt limit is very minimal. So I don't anticipate that this would impact our ability to bond for future projects or in the event of an emergency. I don't anticipate that this would impact that.
And can you just help me understand when you say minimal, like?
We have
what does that
$13
mean?
million currently in outstanding debt that counts against our debt limit.
And then the other question that I had was related to, and this is definitely further down the line, it's more aligning with the development agreement, but I do have this question because I have to be reminded of when there was construction the first time at the casino, and there was an agreement to determine or to give the data of who from the city of Rockford was working. I know there were zip codes that were monitored. I'm not positive if minority numbers were monitored or anything of that nature. But what I did find from that was that only 17% of Rockford residents were a part of the construction of the casino. So do we have a mechanism for this future development agreement that would change that and make that a little bit more feasible for the city of Rockford? And if so, what are some of the differences that can happen in that development agreement to increase those numbers?
So we talked a little bit about employment at the casino, and there's a slide within that presentation that gives you the current, most recent breakdown in regards to minority employment, women employment, veterans employment, and then also you discussed construction. I don't recall what the construction number was upon completion, but I'm happy to pull out that report to determine what the number of Rockford residents were employed on the construction. I would anticipate there would be similar goals to what was in the original host community agreement related to those goals.
So similar, so no changes would be made, so we could end up with 17% again?
I don't know if it was 17%.
Okay, I could pull the report up now if you want me to.
Go ahead. I honestly, I can't recall what the report says.
So, and I appreciate it, the average salary for a worker inside the casino is, I think I saw $38,000. Those construction jobs, average salary for those construction jobs are definitely more than $38,000. So I think for me, my thought would be let's focus in on the area where we can see more people from the city of Rockford being able to utilize those particular jobs and those funds not leaving the city of Rockford. So I guess, like I said, this is further down the line. This is more when we're talking about the development agreement, but I'd like for us to consider another option or verbiage or something that makes it so we are realizing more individuals from the city of Rockford that are in the construction of this building. So I don't know how that happens with us being a non-home rule community. I don't know if that's something that can take place. I just know that what we have right now doesn't lend us to be able to realize that, because we're already seeing in majority of the construction where those dollars are going outside of the community. So I just wanted to say that. I just want to put that out there as you all construct this development agreement to really provide this opportunity to see bigger numbers than 17%. But I will take a little time, pull that up. That was sent to me. That does show and verify that it's 17%. Thank you.
Alderman Trina?
Thank you for allowing me to speak on your committee. I have comments, not a question. And I want to also just preface what I'm about to say with my comments have nothing to do with whether or not I'm going to ultimately vote yes or no for this. They are just simply comments. But I did receive an email from the mayor last Wednesday, we all did, saying I think it was around 3 o'clock, don't quote me on the exact amount, time, but I believe it was around 3 p.m., saying, there's a press conference tomorrow at Hard Rock Casino announcing this hotel at 9:30. Well, I run a company and I'm also an alderman, so I had a full schedule that day. I had meetings until about 12. So I actually wasn't even able to even look at my phone until after 12. Now, meanwhile, when I did finally get to look at my phone, I wasn't able to go to the press conference. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe any of the aldermen were able to come to the press conference or were present. And that's a little questioning and alarming in itself. When I was able to check my phone, I got all these texts congratulating me on the casino. And I'm saying, what casino? I didn't approve anything. It hasn't come before council yet. We haven't seen a development deal. I see posts from our chamber president. I see posts from different community leaders and influencers, the Go Rockford board. Everyone's congratulating this big project. And I'll read exactly what Hard Rock Casino posted. Today, we officially announced the expansion of our casino, including a new hotel and convention center that will bring more guests, more events, and more excitement to our community. Check out the renderings and photos from today's press event and stay tuned as this vision becomes reality. Now, nothing in that says this has to go before council, it hasn't been approved yet. It's getting the city excited. Now, we talk about political theater a lot, and I feel like this rollout was one of the biggest examples of political theater that we've seen in this community. I was quite disappointed it was a PR stunt. Let's get the community involved, let's get them excited, let's sell this dream of exactly why we need this. And then the last people to see a rendering were the people that actually have to vote on it. Because ultimately, if it doesn't get voted on, the heat for that doesn't come to the people at the press conference. It comes to me and my other 13 colleagues. So, a little irritated with the rollout. I want to make that known. Like I said, getting congratulations from people, from big community leaders. I don't even know how to respond to these texts that are still sitting in my inbox because I didn't improve anything. I didn't even see it. So thank you for congratulating me on something that I never even saw pictures of yet because I was in other meetings that I didn't have time to come to because I just get a last-minute announcement about a press conference. So I ultimately, just want to make those comments known that I was completely unaware. I mean, yes, we knew this was coming down, right? But again, the rollout it was unsavory for me. It was performative for me. Because this is a $100 million decision. And to roll it out as though we had made this approval and get the community excited about a $100 million decision that we had not even talked about yet was disingenuous. The other portion of that is it concerns me that the residents of my ward specifically, I'll speak for myself, have begged for a grocery store, have begged for a bank. I do not have a bank in my ward. Begged for these things all the time. That's the only thing they ask for. And we can so easily give $100 million to a casino and never once think, you know what, maybe getting a grocery store would only be a $6 million bond. Have we ever talked about that? I'm concerned with these things. I'm irritated with these things. Sometimes a lot of times I stay silent about a lot of things. This time I'm over it. So I just want to make sure that I want my comments to be on record about this. Again, I may ultimately end up voting yes for it, but it doesn't mean I'm not pissed at the performative rollout of this to force us into a $100 million decision for this community. Thank you.
Alderman Toomey.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to say thank you to the Hard Rock for meeting with us and openly to anyone who wished to meet with them regarding the numbers, the structure, administration as well. I know that I myself wanted to make this as transparent to the aldermen as possible. You know, in relation to, and you know, you know, with the previous comments that were made earlier, I appreciate those. You know, with the people on the job of a construction site like this, a lot of that depends on the contractor. They then depend on the individuals, the subcontractors, and the qualified people that are necessary. So, you know, I would love to have everyone on this job be from Rockford. Ideally, if the stars were aligned, that would be the case. Unfortunately, if you have to have 300 electricians on the job, and there's not enough to fill the 300, you know, the subcontractor is going to have to look at the, you know, availability of electricians. I know the trades have had numerous outreach, so I've been told, and, you know, so they are openly looking for more individuals within our community to enroll in the trades. So, you know, as much as, you know, again, stars aligned, would love to have everyone from Rockford employed on this job. You know, and as far as sometimes, and I appreciate the Alderwoman, you know, her concerns on the rollout. You know, sometimes with these rollouts, you know, we'll look at previous ones before we came to vote on anything. You know, there were rollouts for, and talk and such on anything from the watch factory to the embassy to Barbara Coleman. You know, those were all rolled out with great fanfare before we voted on a lot of this. So, you know, I'm not discrediting the Alderwoman by any means. I appreciate her concern on that. But, you know, we do have these things that do roll out and get people excited before it's all hashed out on city council, as we found out with some other projects. But, you know, our city loves success, and our city many times looks forward to good news, because we know over the years we've had enough bad news. So this is an item I think that is great news. We know we need more hotel rooms. Fortunately, good news brings us the fact that we have attracted many sports attractions and such, so we need that, and knowing that this will also increase revenue to the city is definitely an added bonus. So, thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Bell?
Thank you, Chairman. I just wrote down these two questions. As we consider issuing this bond to help finance this casino hotel development, have other communities across the country or of our size entered into a similar development agreement that require this level of support? Maybe to, yeah, Mr. Wagon.
Yes. The answer would be yes. There's an example in Illinois in which the municipality not only sold bonds for the establishment of a casino, but also created a tax increment financing district to help support and provide gap assistance on the project. So that has taken place. I'll be happy to give you the full details on that particular example. This is different in that it's not being financially supported as a subsidy to the casino, but it's a sale of bonds, and then they're paying, the Hard Rock is paying the debt.
And to that referenced municipality or community, do you know the name of that community? Yeah.
What was it? Was it Aurora? It was Aurora.
Aurora. And is that casino still operating?
Yes, it's...
Performing well?
Oh, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Cool, cool. And then my other question, thank you, maybe this one's for Chief. What impact will this project have on our public safety services, particularly the fire department? And specifically, how will it affect emergency response time as we, continue to have conversations about our staffing levels?
Go ahead.
We haven't specifically forecasted what impact that this project would have, but we definitely do keep track on developments east, especially in Station 5 Still territory, and the resources that we have out there currently, and the addition of Engine 5 have impacted our response times and driven those down. So with the addition of Engine 5 and the influx of any call volume, I think that the resources that we have there right now are adequate, but we'll be evaluating that if this moves forward.
Thank you.
Alderman Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the questions I was going to ask is how long before there'll be sufficient equity in this project to allow regular financing to be available to this company? And I'd like to make sure that that number appears in the development agreement somewhere. And I'd like to see something short, like 5 years, if possible. But I just asked that question.
So that 7 to 10 years.
7 to 10 years.
Yep.
Well, is it 7 or 10?
7 to 10 years. I haven't not, I need to dig in a little bit farther to perfect that actual date, but that was my earlier reference in regards to the put option in the time frame of 7 to 10 years. In our conversation with Hard Rock, they want to, take over the convention center and hotel as soon as possible, and that's the anticipated time frame based on the projections.
Thank you, sir.
Alderman Salgado.
Thank you, Chairman, for allowing me to speak. I have a similar question to Alderman Beach in regards to the 7 to 10 year transition over from us having the debt to them taking over the debt. I know I saw the memo in here regarding can you go in there, because I know some of the folks may not know this, but the net hotel contribution from EBITDA, I guess it says $10 to $12 million annually versus, if I do my quick calculation, on 103, I think it's $3.4 million that, not including interest, that, over a 30-year span, that would be the debt requirement. So, and what that margin is from that perspective, just walk us through from that, because I think that's very important from my perspective. When I go out to get a loan and stuff like that, my debt to income ratio and stuff like that, make sure that I'm able to be cash fluid in order for me to make those payments. So just, if you could just walk us through, it's in the memo, and can you tell us exactly what occupancy is that, 80%? I know there's a reference of 94% at one point in 2032. So just, just for the general public, because that's one of the concerns that I think I have as well. It's Mr. Beach, Alderman Beach, from my perspective. The sooner the better. I don't, I understand that this is going to take some time to get established, constructed. Within 2027, they'll be ready to rock and roll. But those are the concerns that I kind of have without being over leveraged a little bit here and there. So if you guys could address that, I'd appreciate that.
Sure. So I believe you're referencing the memo from Hard Rock, and then that was in the packet, and on the second page, it talks about the hotel is forecasted to generate approximately $19 million per year in incremental gaming revenue, with a 3% annual growth by capturing distance-based players who would otherwise be day trippers or lost to competitors. Net hotel contribution to the property, including incremental gaming, is approximately $10 to $12 million annually, and that's based on the Innovation Group market analysis that was completed. As it relates to occupancy, it was beginning at approximately 80% and then ramping up to 94%, and that's an evaluation of other casino hotels and what they've seen across the market, understanding the close relationship between Hard Rock Live and the casino.
That's all the questions I had, but I just wanted to make sure, so everybody understands, 10 to 12 million is what they're projecting to be a net operating from that perspective. So versus the 3.4 each year, I'm assuming. I'm not, I don't know what the numbers are because we have to go out, find out what the interest rate is, what the market's currently doing for those bonds, and what those bond payments are going to be. So
we're estimating about 6 million annually, 6.5 million annually. So obviously more than sufficient revenue production from the hotel to cover that debt service payment.
Thank you.
I just want to make a comment with respect to the issue about local trades working on it. Obviously a project like this would take all of the local trades, electrical, plumbers, carpenters, glaziers, and I guess I don't know of the local unions what percentage of IBEW workers that are local actually reside in the city of Rockford. So it would be nice to have a larger number. It would be very nice to do. We can't control where members of the trade unions choose to live in our local area. It would be nice if they all lived in Rockford, but that's pretty utopian. So, but we can, I think it's a good idea to look into that. I don't know what, you said you were going to get the number or the source. Maybe you could share that later on with the source of that, and we could look into that and see what could be done to improve that. With respect to the issue of comparing it to a grocery store, this is not, it's everything I've learned is that the city of Rockford is not quote-unquote investing $103 million into Hard Rock Casino. We are working with Hard Rock Casino to allow them as a conduit to use these alternate revenue source bonds to finance the construction of the hotel and conference center. With the idea, Mr. Cagnoni talked about having a put in there for 7 to 12 years. I believe, obviously there's interest associated with the debt service that Hard Rock, the casino, and the hotel would have. So it would be in their best interest to pay that off as quickly as possible. So it's amortized over 30 years, I believe, so the payment is less, but I think the expectation is that would be paid off sooner, and I think that we're hopeful that in the development agreement, as Mr. Cagnoni indicated, that would be addressed as a term in that agreement. So that's it. We do have with us two of the principals from Hard Rock Casino, if anyone has some specific questions. I know Ms. Alderman Beach asked us more of a question that I don't know we were really able to give a concrete answer on, or the city that regarding the conference center. And so if no one has an objection, if one of them can answer your specific question about the conference center and how it would compete or not compete with other regional matters, then I'd ask them to step up unless there's an objection.
Chairman, while he's coming forward, if I could just loop back to Alderman Bell's question and confirm one of the example project that we evaluated was the city of Aurora, where they also authorized the issuance of taxable general obligation bonds to support the Hollywood Casino in partnership with Penn Entertainment, and the repayment source was tax increment financing district. And similar to this, there was an obligation for a corporate guarantee from Penn Entertainment. So there they sold the bonds at $55.8 million, and then they had a TIF to repay it. So again, that was a gap subsidy on the overall project, so it's a little bit different.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Cagnoni. I think, if we're taking recommendations from Aurora, I think we should take the same recommendation when it comes to the data center as well. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. Could you introduce yourself to...
Yes, Gino Eifrey, President of Hard Rock Casino, Rockford. Danny Fisher, Principal Investor, 815 Entertainment. Thank you for your time. Councilman
Bell and Todd, the Hollywood Casino opens at the end of June. I think it's June 24th. So it's a brand new construction right off of Highway 88. So it was a 30-plus-year-old project, old riverboat casino in downtown Aurora that primarily through city incentives was able to be moved to a more competitive location out on the highway. So that project opens June 24th is the current advertised date. They did the same thing in Joliet. I don't know what the municipality funding in Joliet, but Hollywood did the same thing. They took an old 30-plus-year-old riverboat and they moved it land-based into a new development district in Joliet. I visited that property. It's doing quite well. Aurora I've not visited because it's not open yet, so I will visit. And Councilman Beach, to your question about the 15,000 square feet, it in and of itself is not an impactful amount of square footage, but recognize we currently have 25,000 square feet in Hard Rock Live, so the addition of the 15,000 square feet is complementary and additive to the current space we have. We frequently turn down books of business because we have large exhibition space in the 25,000, but then we don't have any breakout space or board space or traditional meeting space to complement the 25,000 in Hard Rock Live. And another reason we turn down significant leads is we don't currently have hotel rooms to accommodate those large business groups. So the 25,000 existing square feet plus the incremental 15,000 and the 200-plus hotel rooms really puts us in that sweet spot for a regional convention conference space. You're welcome.
All right. You have a question, Alderman Bill? Go ahead.
Thank you. Just referring back to the Hollywood Hotel you mentioned?
It's a Hollywood Casino Hotel in Aurora.
And do you know how many, and Mr. Cagnoni may have touched on this, do you know how many hotel rooms are in that one?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, just trying to see it compared. Was square footage of the conference center at all? No?
Not off the top of my head. Okay. It's all it's been in multiple press releases, so it's pretty easy to Google, but I don't want to give you a bad number.
It was, we reviewed it as, oops, went to the wrong one. I can tell you how many rooms it was. I believe 220 room hotel. I'm not certain the size of the conference convention area.
Thank you, that's it.
Yeah, a point on that is in the Aurora model and I suspect in the Joliet model, but definitively in the Aurora model, through a TIF district and through other funding mechanisms, the municipality gave that money to the casino. In this instance, we're leveraging the city's financing capabilities, and the city is not paying that money. We are paying the debt service on those bonds, ultimately to stabilize our revenue in the face of new competition and grow that revenue, which will proportionally flow down through the state and local taxes that we generate. So the investment is not an outflow. The investment is ultimately increasing the inflow to the municipality and our partner governments through the host community agreement. Recognize Winnebago County, McChesney Park, and Lowe's Park are also benefactors from this development.
I think Alderman Salgado.
Thank you again, Chairman, for allowing me to ask a question. It's more of a procedural, Todd. Come to the 7 to 10 year mark, and as part of the contract drafted out, essentially they would buy us out. How would that work? Do they refinance the bonds? Do we just change covenants from one person to another? How does that work? Can you walk us through that?
So as part of the bond sale terms, we would have that queued up in advance, but they would secure private financing and pay off the outstanding debt and take title of the property.
Perfect. So my question is, do we have a number where they need to get to in order for them to go out and get that private? We don't have to disclose that, I understand that, but is there a number that, or is it just like 7 to 10 years? That's what we're looking at, right? So what I want to do is get some clarity on that, because I think it might give some reassurance to some of the folks around this circle here from that perspective.
So because that 7 to 10 year window will have to be narrowed down to a specific time period, because we will have to build a call option into the structure of the bond sale. So at that point, we will know what the outstanding principal amount is, and that we will be able to define that.
Yeah. So I don't need a number, but I just would like to see if there is a number out there that for them, in order for them. So if it comes earlier, perfect, whatever the case may be, maybe not, but I just, it gives some reassurance to some of the folks here. So like, for example, I'm just going to give you an example. $4 million, say the bond is, right, each year that we pay. So that's 40 million. Reduction of 103 minus that, that's 60 mil. So is that the number that they're looking at, 60 mil, from that perspective? And that's where I'm asking, is there a number, right? Versus just the 7 to 10 year, right? Because we have projections, we have forecasts. I get it, right? But there has to be some sort of, from my perspective, and I'm just doing quick math here. It's nothing that's what it is, or whatever the case may be, but that's just kind of what I'm looking at, right? Which makes, I think it makes it easier for us to swallow. As some folks have said, $103 million is huge, debt. So just and I want Hard Rock to be successful. I want them to continue to do what they do in order to grow business and all that stuff. I think we're all in agreement on that aspect of it, right? Because it's here now, and when we know we have competition. So I just want to help the cause where we are reducing our risk as much as we can. And that's where I would just like, it doesn't have to be tonight, but certainly a discussion from that, whether it's a time frame or whether it's a dollar amount that they need to get to. So
we'll be happy to share that information as we go forward, understanding that there's multiple numbers that impact that.
All right. Alderman Toonberg.
Thanks, Chairman. A couple things, revisiting that STAR bond, and for those the millions of people that watch every Monday night via TV, that's a sales tax and revenue bond. That's what we would like to get. Have we reached out to our city lobbyist for any influence on that?
So yes, we have spoke to our city lobbyist on that. We've also spoke to the chairman, that would be Chairman Torelli, that would be submitting a letter of intent, and we've also spoke to representative of the governor's office, and Hard Rock Rockford has as well.
Great, thank you. I think that is not a make or break by any means, but that would be nice to have that. Secondly is I know we mentioned that this kind of structure has been done in Illinois before. I'd like to add that it also has been done over the borders within our state, and so I would expect probably that Spear Financial would be reaching out to those underwriters that have that experience, and they sometimes call them the syndicate, the bond syndicate, and so just letting folks know that this isn't Rockford's not unique to this type of structure. It's been done once in Illinois, but it's been done in other parts of the country as well. One last question that I'd like to pose to the representatives from Hard Rock here that I did not ask, and I'm not sure if any of the other aldermen have in their meetings. If this were to go as successful as we anticipate it to, that meaning the structure itself, the occupancy, the venues, et cetera, is there any way that, or any plans that could be made for expansion of that? If you're consistently selling out enough, and/or the conference center seems to be doing well, but it could stand to be a little bigger, is there any plans in the mix that would allow you to build on or build out? Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman. Dan Fisher here, principal owner of Hard Rock. When the project was designed and built, you always try to look forward into the future and say, what do the expansion pieces look like, whether that's a parking deck, whether that's a hotel, whether that's a second hotel, what other additive amenities can we possibly bring that would drive visitation to Rockford? Obviously, we chose the music venue first in lieu of the hotel. You take a cost increase during COVID. We didn't come back to the city and try to build a smaller project or a cheaper project. We felt like we did the right thing and built a world-class facility, and Gino's done an outstanding job operating and won all kinds of awards that Rockford's got attention to and that we're really proud of. And I think the piece of this that you don't want to lose is it's an additive measure to taxes, not a negative. The guarantee is it will be negative without it, right? And we've kind of projected that to the city in advance and would continue to do so, that Ho-Chunk will have a serious negative impact for a legacy, not a short period of time. It'll take a long time to dig its way out of without this expansion, and a hotel expansion is pretty normal and not aspirational for performance and what you drive for occupancy. I think we've proven that with Hard Rock's own track record and the casino industry itself. And when this project was designed, it was built, if you look at the east entrance where you enter live now, it's exactly in the center of the property. So it's really situated for 2 towers for hotels. And obviously going higher is more costly, and the market's got to justify that. We think we're building, a really high level 4-quality product. It could be the nicest hotel in the Winnebago region by a long ways and would attract visitors around that. But we do have the ability to expand south of that with additional towers or and we've secured some other land adjacent to us all around us for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years expansion. And kind of as we explained to city staff and the mayor is, because we own the casino and we happen to own some of the land adjacent to us, we'd never do anything that would jeopardize our primary investment. There's nothing that we could ever build that would rival the casino for revenues. And I think one of the biggest components that I haven't heard brought up yet tonight is compelling job offers. Only the construction and long-term employment of the hotel and what we're adding is extremely additive to the jobs that we have versus being a guaranteed negative. So we do have space to expand. We do have the aspirations of expanding. It's all determined on future performance and the market to support that.
Thank you. Alderman Prunty?
I'm sorry, thank you so much. Is there a timeline?
The sale timeline, once the authorizing ordinance is approved, is 60 days from start to finish. So in that 60-day period, we would come back to council with the revisions to the host community agreement, the development agreement, and complete the steps in the process of selling bonds. So we would get the bond rating complete, we would hold a public hearing, we would have be working with our underwriters to market the bonds to bond buyers. All of that happens before the actual sale of the bond. So it's 60 days start to finish, but really approval of that authorizing ordinance, which is the next step to this committee report, starts that timeline.
So, but there would be no groundbreaking, no door opening?
That's all dependent on Hard Rock and the timing for the city to complete the sale of the bonds and have those funds available for the start of construction.
Maybe what is your timeline?
We would go, I'll be out there with a shovel tomorrow if we can. But we think it's no less than 12 months of actual construction, assuming it takes a few months to get to that point, and as much as 18 months, depending on final product, lead time on items, other factors that may be a little bit outside of our control on how to rush it or move it quicker than that, but somewhere between 12 and 18 months once we put a shovel in the ground.
We'll start making money in about 18 months.
Yeah, I think we would open and expect very little ramp time for the hotel. You'd have a lot of pre-marketing and opportunity to do that.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for coming. Seeing no further questions, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Moving on to item 3 is an approval of an intergovernmental agreement between the city and the Board of Education for Summerdale Early Child Center services for 2026 and 2027 school year. The agreement is from July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027. The funding source is the Head Start grant funds. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 4 is approval of a lease agreement with Comprehensive Community Solutions for office space located at 917 South Main Street to support the operations of the VPCC Community Conveners Initiative in a not-to-exceed amount of $6,000. It's from April 1, 2026 to March 31, 2027. The funding source is Illinois Department of Human Services Community Convener Grant Awards. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, all is in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 5 is an approval of release of liens in the total amount of $35,635.15 incurred when the properties were owned by the Winnebago County trustee for properties at 205 North Hinckley and 709 Lee Street, 2143 South 4th Street, 517 Island Avenue, and 5XX Foster Avenue. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions for staff? Seeing none, all is in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 6 is approval of agreement between the city and Chicago Central Pacific Railroad for the 6th Street and 9th Street two-way conversion preliminary engineering services in the amount of $25,000. The funding source is the 1% infrastructure sales tax. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, all is in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Moving on to resolutions, number 1 is an award of an engineering agreement for the Rockford Complete Streets Revitalization Program to H.R. Green in the amount of $1,761,096. The contract is from September of 2026 to December of 2028. The funding sources are the MFT funds, state funds, and federal funds, including Build Grant. Is there a motion to approve the award? Any questions for staff? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 2 is an award of bid for citywide street repairs group number 4 to Stenstrom Excavation in the amount of $2,492,072.02. The contract is through October 2, 2026. The funding source is the 1% infrastructure sales tax. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions for staff? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 3 is award of bid for Jamestown ditch drainage improvements to N-Track in the amount of $123,414.52. The contract is through November 28, 2026, and the funding source are the CIP General Fund. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions for staff? Seeing none, all is in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 4 is award of bid for demolition group 33 to Northern Illinois Service in the amount of $30,858. It includes properties at 1814 Kishwaukee and 1822 Reed Avenue. The contract duration is through completion of the demo project. The funding source is the Ida Strong Communities Grant. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions for staff? Alderman Prunty.
Thank you. What happened, why are we demoing 1814 Kishwaukee?
Who can help that?
I'm going to ask the same question about Reed. I think I know why we're demoing 1814, but.
Director Lies. I have to look up Kishwaukee, sorry. One of these was an emergent, actually,
It was a fire.
was the fire. We'll be cleaning up the property.
Okay.
So I'll look up Kishwaukee, and I think is the other one.
The other one is on Reed.
Yeah, the fire was on Reed, I believe.
The one on Kishwaukee, there was a fire today.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had the notes wrong on my thing. I'll look up the other one for a minute.
And then I guess the reason why I'm asking is I just want to know, can you give us a timeline? I know I had a property fire in my ward, and it just took a very long time to get that down and get that cleaned up. And as I drove past that Kishwaukee location today, I noticed that there were people looking and touching. If this is approved, does this have to go through another step, or can they clean it up now?
So the one that caught on fire was already approved we were already moving through the demo process, which is why it's faster than, like, normally it wouldn't have been on the agenda right after the fire. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I just want to, yeah.
Yeah,
'cause
so
it's
it
a
was
mess
already
now.
moving towards demo, and then it happened to have a fire this weekend.
I
So,
see.
right, so it was on the agenda this week anyway, and then.
Then it
there
caught
was a fire, yes.
Oh, okay. Lord. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Alderman Salgado.
Thank you again for allowing me to ask a question. Sarah, Ms. Lace, do we have a certain list out there that you can share with the priorities of those properties? 'Cause I know I have a ton of a couple properties that either one needs to be rehabbed or potentially just demolished. And so I'd just like to know if we do have like a priority list from that perspective, that you don't, if you want to just share, by ward, perfect, that'd be great. But I think, that'd be great. I know 1814 is in my ward from that perspective. So I just would like to see if there is a priority, how can we, and to Ms. Prunty's question about, well, I have one in my ward that, I'd like to get, potentially taken down because of a fire, whatever the case may be. So just, if there is, great. If you could share that with us, that'd be great. It doesn't,
I'll share whatever that we have. We do not have as long of a list as, in past years, we had a list that we were working through all of the time. The reality is with demolition right now, they're kind of few and far between. We've created some good tools, first of all, so especially with residential, the land bank and other partners have really been able to answer that. But more importantly, when we are putting something up for a demo, we have to do public notice and send out interested parties. I would say a majority are getting objected to, and then having to go another step. So it's a little more rare to get to the demo phase right now. But I can send out what we do have noted, and then what's been objected to and why we're not moving forward with them at this time.
Right, seeing no further questions, all those in favor of the demolitions approving the bid indicate by aye. Aye, opposed, matter passes. Item 5 is an award of bid for bituminous patching rebid to DPI Construction, an estimated annual amount of $734,340.50. The contract is for 1 year with 3 possible annual extensions. The funding source is the water operating budget. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions on this bid? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 6 is an award of RFP for a third-party administration of FMLA leave management to Sedgwick Claims in an amount of $3.39 per employee per month for a total estimated admin amount of $44,015. The contract is 3 years with 2 annual extensions. The funding source is the Human Resources operating budget. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 7 is award of sole source contract for police communication radios and accessories to Motorola in an amount of $169,464.24. This is a one-time purchase. The funding source is the police capital budget. Is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments regarding the equipment? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Item 8 is a resolution authorizing the Central Services Manager to execute a contract for natural gas supply. Is there a motion to approve the resolution? Any questions or comments for staff? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate by aye. Aye. Opposed? Matter passes. Is there a motion to adjourn? All those in favor indicate by aye. This meeting is adjourned.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Code and Regulation Committee for the City of Rockford on May 11th, 2026. Clerk, can you please call the roll? Present. We have 5 items this evening. Item number 1, Zoning Board of Appeals recommends approval for a special use permit for a planned unit development for an RV and fifth wheel only community in an R1 single-family residential zoning district at 2530, 2710, and 2720 South Main Street. Midwest Yard Holdings, LLC, is the applicant. Do I have a motion to approve? Any discussion? Alderwoman Torina.
Thank you, Chairman Bell. I would like to make a motion to lay this item over again, please. Still a need for so many more conversations. I am deeply, deeply concerned with this special use permit for many reasons. The number one reason is that we are displacing people. And in instances like this, I would be thinking that I would be getting, my phone call from the administration of this city would be calling me nonstop to see what we can do to make sure that these people land in the best position possible. That has not happened. So I'm kind of working on this by myself right now, except for I want to actually thank my colleague, Alderwoman Granith, who met with, she came to a meeting with me to the attorney of Midwest Yard Holdings. We had questions. We wanted to kind of talk to them and learn their intentions for the property, but we still have many conversations to yet have. I did also speak with Director Parham about assistance that her department could offer. She's certainly been on board and helpful. I do plan to have a meeting with the residents this weekend. This is very important to continue to listen to their concerns. I haven't heard all of them. Several emails I'm going through. So just still lots of phone calls and things to make. So I would just ask respectfully for, I'm getting tired, it's 9 o'clock. I would like to make a motion to lay this item over, please.
I'll second. And we'll go into discussion. I'd first say thank you to the residents who stick around this evening. You all seem to care a lot about this. Obviously, it's impacting you all. And Alderwoman Torina, I am committed as well to being a part of conversations, see how we can support the residents in your ward. Any further discussion?
Yeah, we just had a very poor example of residents being displaced, which was Windsor, that I feel like the city could have stepped up and did more. And I want to prevent that from happening in this particular instance. I want us to do all that we can, all that we're legally able to do. So Ms. Hammer, I will be contacting you about what we are legally able to do in this situation to help the residents. But We as a city need to be doing all that we can for 30 families that are low income, highly disabled, that have animals, pets, have all sorts of situations. We need to be doing all that we can as a city to make sure that we help these residents. We are not doing that right now. I am. But we as a city need to be doing all that we can to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Torina. There's a motion and a second on the motion to lay over. Any further discussion? Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Aye.
Aye. Moving on to item 2, 2914 West State Street. Liquor and Tobacco Advisory Board of Appeals recommends approval for A, the sale of packaged liquor, Class PKG, and B, the sale of tobacco products in conjunction with a gas station and convenience store in an I-1 light industrial zoning district at 2914 West State Street. Ravi Patel, Priyank Patel, Kodiyar, 364001 Incorporated, doing business as Waylo Sitco, are the applicants. Can I have a motion to approve? So moved. All those in favor? I'm so sorry, it's my first time. Any discussion? Alderwoman Torina.
This question is for you, Mr. Bell. You did lay this over because you were going to have some additional conversations, and were you able to have those conversations? Just would love an update if you could provide one, please.
Sure, thank you. Yep, the last committee meeting made a motion to lay this over as this business has been owned by an individual that I've known for some time, and he is selling the business, and I didn't have an opportunity to have or to meet the new owners, and wanted to make sure that they were committed to upholding a standard that the residents would be that the residents of the 13th Ward would appreciate. And I had an extensive conversation with the gentlemen who are in the gallery today about some of the needs and things that we'd like to see at that establishment. So pretty confident in the things that they have envisioned for that property over time. And so I'm confident that with your approval, they would do that. Alderwoman Wilkins, or sorry, Alderwoman Meeks.
Is that it? Everybody done? Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on your committee. I was just curious, I believe I read in the packet that it was a requirement for their liquor license to have a security guard at their location. Is that accurate?
I would turn this over to Mr. Capavilla. One second, which one are you on, yellow? There you go.
Thanks, Chairman Bell. Its licensee shall hire a private security license by the state upon written request of the liquor commissioner. So they did not indicate on the plan that they would do that if they were requested, so we're requiring that they would have to do that if we gave them written request to do that.
Okay, so are we planning on making that request for them to have the security?
So what it is on the actual liquor application, there's a box that you check, and it says, will you hire private security if the liquor commissioner requests that? They put no. What we're saying is, yes, you will. You have to require that security. So it's a condition. They won't have security unless something happens and we require them to have security. Okay. Then this condition is saying, yes, you have to hire security.
Okay. And there was a piece that I also thought I read where it said if there's an event taking place, then they would be required to hire 2 security guards. Is that?
I have to apologize, I haven't read this for a while.
It was more coming from their business plan than the conditions.
Oh, in their security and operations plan,
Yeah.
They talked about having some type of an event, special events upon city request, obviously. They have to get approval. And then if they're going through the special event process to get approval, then they would have to fill out the application and go through the process, so then they'd be required to have security at that event.
Thank you for the clarity. I was just, I've never seen anything like that, so I didn't know if that was something that, other businesses are required to do with the whole need for security. Not that I'm saying I object to it. I have personal reasons why I think Waylo needs security. But, yeah, I just kind of wanted to understand if that was a requirement for this particular business. So, thank you so much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, clerk, can you please call the roll? Aye. Thank you. Item number 3, tentative plat of Rockford Logistics Park 20 subdivision for the property located at 3321 Integrity Drive. Can I have a motion to approve? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Aye. Those opposed? Item number 4, final plat of Rockford Logistics Park 20 subdivision for the property located at 3321 Integrity Drive. Can I have a motion to approve? Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Item passes. Item number 5, final plat of Adrian subdivision for the property located at 310 North 5th Street. Can I have a motion to approve, please? Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Seeing none, can I have a motion to adjourn, please? Second. Second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we are now adjourned.
Good evening. We will call to order the City of Rockford City Council meeting for Monday, May 11th, 2026. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Bogeman. Toomberg. Frost. Torina. Prunty. Neal. Graniff. Beach. Salgado. Meeks. Bell. 11 present.
Thank you. We'll move to new committee reports and Code and Regulation Committee. Alderman Bell.
Oh, so sorry, Chairman. I thought we were taking a vote. Appreciate it. I'll give that one. All right. Whew. Last time we were here this late was budget time. All right. Item 1, 2914 West State Street Liquor and Tobacco Advisory Board of Appeals recommends approval for A, the sale of packaged liquor class PKG, and B, the sale of tobacco products in conjunction with a gas station and convenience store in an I-1 light industrial zoning district at 2914 West State Street. Ravi Patel, Priyank Patel, Kodiar 364001 Incorporated, doing business as Waylo Sitgo are the applicants. I place this one item before you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the one item? Alderman Frost.
I'm sorry, is this the Waylo gas station for the liquor and tobacco? Was there a requirement, were they going to sell fresh fruit? Was that mentioned last week?
No, there was a desire that there was fresh produce.
Fresh produce, I'm sorry, not fruit.
I don't know where that's at. I don't think there's a requirement in writing that they'll do that.
What was it, I'm not mistaken, was this what was discussed about selling fresh produce?
There was discussion and an eagerness for it to take place.
But it was nothing in writing, no requirements?
No, I don't believe there's a requirement in what's before us.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion on any of that in the one item before us? Clerk, please call the roll.
Bogeman.
Aye.
Toomberg.
Aye.
Frost.
No.
Torina. Prunty? Neal? Granith? Beach? Salgado? Meeks? Bell? Alderman Hoffman? Eight ayes, 4 noes.
Thank you. Next, we're going to go to new business. We have 2 items in new business. We'll go back to Alderman Bell and Code and Regulation Committee.
All right. Good. Thank you. 2 items. Item number 1, an ordinance approving the sale of packaged liquor, Class PKG, in conjunction with a gas station and convenience store in an I-1 light industrial zoning district at 2914 West State Street, Ravi Patel, Priyank and Patel, Kodiar, 364001 Incorporated, doing business as Waylo Sitco are the applicants. Item number 2, an ordinance approving the sale of tobacco products in conjunction with a gas station and convenience store and an I-1 light industrial zoning district at 2914 West State Street, Ravi Patel, Priyank Patel, Kodiar, 364001 Incorporated, doing business as Waylo Sitco are the applicants. I place these 2 items before you.
Thank you. Council, we have 2 items before us. Is there any discussion on those 2 items? Clerk, please call the roll.
Hogeman? Toomberg? Frost? On both? Thank you. Serena? Prunty? Neal? Hoffman? Granith? Beach? On both? Salgado? Meeks?
No on both.
Bell?
Aye on 1, aye on 2.
Item number 1, 8 ayes, 4 noes. Item 2, 9 ayes, 3 noes.
Excellent. Is there a motion to adjourn? We have a motion. We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed have a